Good morning, everyone, and thank you all very much for being here. Oh, I guess here we go. I'll call the meeting to order now. So today, we will have our invocation given by Pastor Rob Bailey from Southside Community Church.
Let's pray together. Our Father, as we approach Veterans Day, we pause to give you thanks for the brave men and women who have served in the United States military and have given so much for our country. We pray that you would bless them for their service. We also thank you for those currently serving in the armed forces, as well as in the police department, fire department, and other first responders. We pray that you would protect them and their families. We thank you that we live in a country where we, the people, are part of our government and that our leaders listen to our concerns. And so we pray for your blessings upon our mayor and her staff, for our city council members, for our city manager, our city attorney and his office, as well as the city secretary, and all those who lead the city of Corpus Christi. Give them great wisdom as they do so. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor. And our special guest today to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the flag of the state of Texas is Mr. Juan Borrego from Roy Miller High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of which the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, and indivisible.
Thank you, Juan. Do you want to take the roll first? So before we continue on with our regular process here, I'd just like to say a few words because it is with great sadness that I share that last week a Kingsville senior patrolman, Sherman Otto Benish Jr., died in the line of duty while responding to a call in Kingsville. My heart goes out to the family of Officer Benish, the city of Kingsville, the department, and the entire community. I spoke with Mayor Sam Fugate last week, and the loss is felt throughout their community, and it extends, and we want them to know that it extends here in Corpus Christi as we reflect on the courage and the honor of our own officers. And it is because of this tragic incident that we will observe a moment of silence out of respect for this tremendous loss to our dear friends and our neighbors in Kingsville, their police department, Officer Benish's bereaved family, and the entire community there in Kingsville. So we will mourn with you. Please bow your heads for a moment of silence and reflection. Thank you. I would also like everyone to keep in prayer the 8 lives lost this past Friday night at Astroworld. This tragedy is every parent's nightmare. And as a mother, my heart goes out to those 8 mothers who never probably dreamed that their child would go off to a concert and never come back. So my heart goes out to them, and I ask for that we all keep them and their families, but especially those mothers in prayer during this very difficult time. Ms. Huerta, would you go ahead and call roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Good morning. So today we have the Coastal Bend Day of Giving. Go around this way, yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Proclamation. Wonderful. He's on the board. Yeah, exactly. Wonderful. Well, today is a proclamation for an amazing endeavor to just really not only give, but to triple and quadruple. And I mean, I know it's just gone up right every year. It's amazing. So with that, I will read this proclamation that gives us more information about this wonderful day that we are celebrating and I guess taking part in. So whereas since 2009 through 2021, the Coastal Bend Community Foundation has joined with additional contributors to conduct a one-day online matching gift campaign called the Coastal Bend Day of Giving. And whereas over $20.6 million have been raised in the prior 12 events, each only 24 hours in duration, for local charities providing food, shelter, medical care, child care, and youth prevention programs to those in need in the Coastal Bend. And whereas the 13th Annual Coastal Bend Day of Giving will take place on November the 9th of 2021 with 27 contributors providing matching funds of $1.2 million for 56 charities. On that day, today, the participating charities will be able to raise needed funds and have those funds matched up to $21,800. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim today, November the 9th of 2021, Coastal Bend Day of Giving in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all citizens of Corpus Christi and the Coastal Bend to participate in this event by going online to coastalbenddayofgiving.org to contribute and have their donations doubled for the benefit of 56 local charities that provide basic services to those most in need in our communities.
Thank you. Thank you. You can't possibly read this from here, but I'm going to leave a couple of them. I'm Karen Salem. I'm the president of the Coastal Bend Community Foundation, and I have with me Jen Vogt, who is our board chair, and you all know Councilman Martinez, who's also been on our board. I said he's been with us longer than y'all. So anyway, we're so grateful to be here and to tell you that what a wonderful event we think this is, and it's made possible not just by the Community Foundation, but by the organizations that give us the matching money. And we do have the $1.2 million this year that's available, but one of the things that I'm able to do with this phone is to tell you what the amount right now is. And it's this is the online amount. This is the donation amount that individuals make. $1,857.52. So, as of right now. And it goes until midnight tonight, so you have a lot of time to give and give again and give generously. And we want to thank the city for the support that you all have given us this year. So.
Great, thank you. Such an important day that we wait for all year round. Thanks to the donors, the nonprofit organizations that participate. They work so hard all year, and they need this today. I am so proud to be the chair of this foundation, but also I'm very proud to be part of this community who is extremely generous, and we ask for continued support. A minimum of $10, all you have to do to be part of this, so thank you.
You know, being a part of this great organization, it really, the thing that touches me the most is seeing how our community comes together with things like this. The difference that it makes to the organizations that are receiving the money, and the opportunity for the people that are giving to double what they're doing is just an amazing thing, and it makes me proud to be a resident here in the Coastal Bend in Corpus Christi, because we do come together, and we come together big for things like this. And so thank you to everybody who's contributed and has taken part. If you haven't contributed, please consider contributing. I think you can go on the website. What's the website address? Coastal Bend, coastalbenddayofgiving.org. So thank you.
The last thing I would like to share with you, because I think it's really important, is that the Coastal Bend Community Foundation, this is our gift to the community. In addition to the grants and scholarships that we pay out every year, we manage this, and it is quite a job. It starts about February. But we do not, the foundation itself gets no money from this. We don't get a portion of any of it. All of it goes out into the community, the matching money and the online donations. And we're especially proud of that.
As you should be. And thank you for serving on this board, Councilman.
We snuck up on you.
I knew you looked familiar. I said, who is that man? This is, well, they're all happy stories. But I'm it's a pleasure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My daughter.
Hi, nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Y'all come on in here. So today, we are recognizing and honoring Mr. Johnny Cepeda. I saw a clipping in the newspaper that was celebrating 45 years plus your retirement of Mr. Cepeda. I'm sorry, right? It's 45 years? 45 years that he has had his business here in Corpus Christi. And I remember that business when it was at one of the wings there in the mall.
Right.
Correct? You were in the mall for 20 years.
I started around here in 1976 on Leopard Street.
Oh,
at the Woodlawn
right.
Shopping Center. It was my first store.
Woodlawn, a beautiful story. So I read it and said, I'm going to bring him in here because he deserves a proclamation and to be recognized. I'm very proud of what you've represented. So on behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, I want to congratulate Johnny Cepeda, owner of Johnny's Jewelers, for 45 years in business. Johnny is a native of Corpus Christi and a graduate of Roy Miller High School. He learned the jeweler's trade at the age of 20, working as an apprentice at Broadkey's Jewelers in downtown Corpus Christi. Johnny was the first Mexican-American to own a retail jewelry store in the city. He opened his first location in 1976 with his loving wife, Esther, on Leopard Street. With Esther as the accountant and with his jewelry craftsmanship, they built a business based on honesty and outstanding service. As the population of Corpus Christi shifted to the south side, Johnny and Esther decided to follow the demographic changes, transferring their business closer to their customers. Mr. Cepeda navigated economic challenges and changes, including the loss of his wife and business partner Esther in 2013. Since then, with the help of trusted employees like Eli Reyes and Maria Dolores Elizondo, he continued to navigate his proprietorship through the COVID-19 pandemic with grace and strength. Johnny's years of experience as a master jeweler and impeccable reputation formed a loyal customer base. People far and wide traveled for his craftsmanship and were blessed with his personalized, friendly service. His customers and friends will miss Johnny as he enters retirement, hoping to spend more time with his 3 children, 2 granddaughters, and great-grandson. Johnny also plans to enjoy his hard-earned retirement traveling through Europe. The city of Corpus Christi is very proud of Johnny's outstanding accomplishments, both professionally and personally. So congratulations on your hard work on behalf of the City of Corpus Christi and your City Council, and successes we wish you as an independent businessman for the last 45 years.
First of all, I want to thank the mayor for inviting me over, for giving me this competition, and I also want to thank God Almighty for all the blessings I received. But I want to say that I was raised in Corpus Christi, born in Corpus Christi, and I was raised around this neighborhood before the city was built here. And I went to junior high, Northside. I went to Roy Miller High School, and I was also brought up in a water place close by here, the government practice. But my advice to anybody to learn a trade or get you an education, because never give up.
That's right.
That's my motto. Never give up, keep on going. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
And one more thing, I would like to thank all my customers who supported me all these years.
All that
And my friends that came to support me today.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
Much, all right.
Yes.
Good to see you.
You're up. Yes, the councilman.
Longer than you've even been on the cert.
Educate. I love the purple.
All right.
Okay, so next we have Alzheimer's Day proclamation, which is extremely important, and it's been, I mean, all weekend with, or I guess for a few days, right? We've had Alzheimer activities and advocacy, and so we're very proud to acknowledge your efforts, and we thank you so much. Hello? It really is more on the forefront, right, than it isn't without your hard effort and work, so thank you. So whereas Alzheimer's disease has affected 6.2 million Americans of all ages in 2021, approximately 400,000 Texans are affected by Alzheimer's disease. Texas ranks 4th in the number of Alzheimer's disease cases and 2nd in the number of Alzheimer's disease deaths in the United States. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is an irreversible brain disease that slowly destroys memory skills, thinking skills, and eventually the ability to carry out daily activities, leading to the need for full-time care. Dementia is the general term for a group of brain disorders that cause problems with thinking, memory, and behavior. Alzheimer's disease is the most common type, and whereas Alzheimer's Association is the leading voluntary health organization in Alzheimer's care, support, and research. Their mission is to eliminate Alzheimer's disease through the advancement of research to provide care and enhance support for all affected and to reduce the risk of dementia through the promotion of brain health. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November the 13th, 2021, Walk to End Alzheimer's Day in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I urge all citizens to recognize the contributions of the Alzheimer's Association in fighting against this terrible disease.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bettina Garza. I am the staff manager for the Alzheimer's Association, and I'm here with some of my committee members as well as many of my volunteers. I couldn't do this job without you guys, so I appreciate it. We currently have raised $54,000 and have exceeded our goal, and we want to continue to raise money so that we find a cure for Alzheimer's. I want to personally invite each and every one of you to our walk this Saturday, November 13th at 8 a.m. at Water's Edge Park. Any donation is welcome, and please register before attending, or you can register the day of the event. I'm going to pass it over to my chair, Janice Cagle.
Thank you, Bettina. Thank you, Mayor Guajardo. We're so excited to be here today. We have partnered with the city in some ways because we asked, and he left the room, but our city manager is our honorary chair, and we'll have him out at the walk speaking to our walkers. I walk because my brother was diagnosed about 6 years ago with early onset Alzheimer's. He currently lives in Colorado Springs in a memory care, and he's well taken care of. But he was in an industrial accident probably in 2005, and we believe some of the effects of that injury have caused him to have this terrible disease. He doesn't remember his children, he doesn't know his grandchildren, and he doesn't recognize his wife. He knows me and my dad, and that's comforting because he's probably about 20 years old in his mind right now. So my hope is that after watching this, I'm a Brookdale member. I work for Brookdale Senior Living here in Corpus Christi. I've watched this disease touch many lives, not just the people that live with it, but the families that have to support it. So it means a lot for us to raise money. 78% of the money we raise goes to fund research and find a cure. And I believe in our lifetime we will get there. We know more about the brain. This is Brain Awareness Month as well. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my marketing chair. She has an official title. Kathleen.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Kathleen Clark. I'm a financial advisor with Edward Jones here in Portland, across the bridge in Portland. And I walk for my grandmother, and I walk for my clients and their families who are currently suffering from this disease. I'm so proud to say that my company, Edward Jones, is the national presenting sponsor. In 2016, we became the first national presenting sponsor for the Walk to End Alzheimer's, with a commitment for $25 million. We re-upped that commitment to be a 10-year commitment, making us the largest corporate sponsor with donations to the Walk to End Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is personal for Edward Jones. It's core to our business. Supporting the Alzheimer's Association and other dimensions impacts an estimated 300,000 Edward Jones clients, doubling what we estimated just a few years ago. More than 6 million Americans are living with this disease today. By 2050, the number is projected to rise to nearly 13 million, and it's one of the most expensive diseases, with a lifetime cost of care more than $350,000. Alzheimer's disease and dementia are a clear and present threat to something that we champion every day, protecting the wealth and the well-being of our clients. U.S. retirees rank Alzheimer's and dementia as the most feared health condition of later life. Greater threat than COVID-19, greater threat than cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Our purpose at Edward Jones is to partner together for positive impact, to improve the lives of our clients and our colleagues, and together better our communities and society. Alzheimer's disease devastates both relationships and finances, two things we work so hard to protect. We're going to keep walking and educating and advocating until we put an end to this terrible disease. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor Guajardo. Thank you, City Manager Peter Zanoni. Thank you.
So, no, I should have put it in there. Okay, excuse me. So we are at the noon hour, and we'll start with public comment. Ms. Winther, do we have, oh, well, let me go ahead and read my
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
script. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, I'll ask Mr. Risley, if you can review the council meeting rules of decorum, please.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling on you in order in which we're going to do, I think we're doing any phone-in public comment, and then I will call on people individually. Those who registered electronically request to make public comment by phone, as I just mentioned, will be first. And then in-person public comment will be next. I'll also like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your full name and address before speaking. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. But when the council is actually considering the item, then you will not be able to speak. So really, you choose which one, at what point you'd like to speak. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the microphone, which will let you know exactly how much time you have remaining. So once your time's up, you will hear a buzzer go off, and at that time, we would really appreciate you concluding your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, if you would please present that to the city secretary before approaching the podium. Thank you.
Okay, we do have 2 callers today.
Hi, I'm Shireen Del Suz, and my address is 6030 Tapestry Street. And today my public comment will be a video, if you could play it now.
What if I told you there was a one-time investment you can make for better employment rates? That investment is better bike paths. Here's how we make the connection. A study from the University of Massachusetts analyzed cycling projects and saw that an average of 11 jobs were created for every $1 million spent. So how would that translate into Corpus Christi? Look at this huge bike rack at this local homeless shelter. Bikes are what many homeless people use to get to work. So let's say a homeless person at the shelter got a job at the closest HEB. Now, according to Google Maps, it takes 39 minutes to walk there. With a bike, it only takes 12 minutes. When you can travel further and faster with a bike, that's more jobs you can apply for. However, some are scared to cycle because it's unsafe. But if it is safe, it's one less obstacle in the way of a job. Safe bike paths can connect more prospective workers to jobs they couldn't otherwise access. It's also important to reduce travel time because it gets really hot and you want to prevent heat-related health problems such as dehydration and even strokes. It just isn't feasible to walk an hour to work when you can do it in 10 minutes on a bike. Here's another real-life example. So let's say a high school student at Veterans Memorial wants to get an after-school job. School finishes at 4:05 p.m. Their shift starts at 5 at their closest HEB. Will they make it if they walk? Hardly. According to Google Maps, it takes 45 minutes to walk there. By the time they get out of the class, check out of their lockers, arrive to work, and put on their uniforms, it's a crunch. But if they rode their bikes, it only takes 13 minutes. The student would have time to eat something before working. Now, if there was a safe bike path, the parents would be more comfortable sending their high school kids to an after-school job at that area, such as Kohl's or the pet shop. Those are just 2 examples. There are so many people out there who are unable to own cars, but they are able-bodied and willing to work. Having an unsafe environment for cycling is like a clog in the local economy. Many agree. 320 people signed my petition. You can find it on ibikecc.com. Let's add protected bike paths that follow the design guides from the Federal Highway Administration, not shared with sidewalks, not shared with roads. A protected bike path is another connection for many new employees to employ.
Thank you very much for listening. Have a good day.
Lydia Ponce calling from Venice Beach, California, and I wanted to speak with you this morning relative about the priceless and the irreplaceable and precious moments that you watch a child play on ocean's floor and dig the sand for sandcastles and try to find treasures, be it glass for the beach or be it smoothed over on its edges and or seashells or family outings to a local restaurant to eat fish, nutritious food for their little bodies, and we're robbing them of their precious future. When we make these decisions to contract and to go ahead and approve permits for further extraction of oil and these dastardly plans of desalination there in Corpus Christi Bay, I'm trying to pull on your heartstrings instead of trying to pull and accommodate for the purse strings and profiting machines that don't care about a child's precious moment on the ocean's floor and the treasures of innocence that a child is and does have a right to imagine a better world and live in a healthy world. So I'm asking you today to open up your minds and hearts to these pieces of paper that promise many things to corporations and people who don't even live here and live in this particular side of these divided states of America, but to the people in Canada, the people in the European areas, the territories of all these extractive industries that don't care about our children. We need to care about them. And I beg you to reconsider all of these things as we are supposed to be better relatives to the fins, the flying, and the four-legged, and the other two-legged, and the creepy crawlers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, that concludes the phone-in public comments.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we will move on. Jack Gordy.
Yes, I'm Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive. And I'm here because of the way that the city is wasting, and I'll repeat that word, wasting the taxpayers' money. And the reason I say that, I got 3 letters here, all sent certified, and they're exactly the same letter. And they were all sent certified to my address, and they're all dated the same date. They paid $7.30 a piece, or 33 cents, to send each letter. So it was $21.99 to send a letter, and it's so simple, there was no reason at all to send it certified. That's a waste of money. And I'll have to say one thing, this city council has wasted more money. I've been here since 1974, and you've wasted more money than any other city council has ever wasted. Spending money that you don't need to spend. It's a waste, and it is taxpayers' money. That's why everything's going up, because of the waste of money. This city council needs to take action and stop the city from wasting money. And like I said, there was no reason to send out 3 letters certified to the same address, dated the same date. That means that somebody ain't paying attention to what they're doing. And I know who that somebody is. City council needs to take action. why you were elected.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Robert Hans.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Hans. I live at 2901 Ocean Drive. This is my first experience of ever doing anything like this. I had, December last year, I had a court case due to a dog bite I received, and I settled the court case. The judge, who was very kind, told me I'd get a notice of payment for the dog bite. It was going to be like $200 and some. I have not since then received anything in the mail, no past due notices, no written warnings, no emails, no certified mail. So evidently he might have got mine, I guess. No phone calls, absolutely no communication whatsoever for the original payment of my court expenses or past due notices. And just Saturday, I got this notice here that says I got to go back to court, and I have to pay $2,076 instead of $270 or whatever it was. And if I don't do this, and I fly for a living, I have a trip that's going to cost me a whole lot more than even this. And my solution to this is we need a more flexible resolution process so that this stuff doesn't go to a court deal and, again, draw up expenses. I do contribute significantly to tax bases, not only locally but nationally, and I'm just offended that I'm considered, of being arrested for something I have not received anything on. And I don't know, I'm frustrated. It's not the first time I've gone through some stuff like this, but I'm willing to accept my accountability for this dog bite deal. However, somebody is not probably going to be held accountable for not sending me a notice of payment or anything.
Mr. Hans, we are absolutely going to address that, and I'll let the city manager speak on it.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. Mr. Hans, our apologies. Just last week, our Municipal Courts Committee, which is made up of several council members, met. And the city manager, myself and my team are going to be getting more involved in the administration of the municipal court. Up to this point, we haven't, so that's something I'm putting on my work plan immediately. Your testimony is good evidence as to why we need to do that. And in fact, just this morning, I was touring our municipal courts. The first thing we're going to do is get our judges back to work. Today, they're working remotely or maybe not even working at all, and so we need to improve customer service experience. It impacts my business of running the city in a code compliance way, but also a revenue way. And so we appreciate you being here this morning. My Chief Financial Officer, Constance Sanchez, is going to meet you right out here, and we'll get your situation addressed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you kindly for listening to me. Enjoy your day.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hans. Miguel Briseño.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to support the initiative that we'll be hearing to in a few minutes. I'm a doctor from Mexico. I'm a veteran of 20 years in the United States Navy. And I thank Pastor Bailey for his prayer, including the veterans. Appreciate it. The reason why I'm here is to support this initiative about prophylactic treatments that we'll be hearing about in a few minutes. I'm an example of using my own medications. I have hydroxychloroquine and I have ivermectin. These are $5 that I spend for my own treatment, and they last me 40 days of treatment. I've been taking it for 2 years since the pandemic started. Me and my wife, in every single PCR test that I have had so far, over 4 tests has been negative. I believe that we can go on a less invasive way in this world that it seems that the pattern is shot after shot after shot. We were supposed to have immunity after the first shot, but it looks like it's going to continue going. We got an example on Governor Newsom in California, which apparently is pretty ill because of the booster shot. So it is, we really appreciate that you guys listening to us, and I think this petition, it is highly important to the suffering people in our community. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brazino. Candace McDonald.
Good afternoon. My name is Candy McDonald. My address is 7925 Chachalaca Drive. Don't you love that? I would like to say good afternoon, members of the council and Mayor Guajardo. Thank you for your time and attention. I am here to respectfully request and enlist your help in getting information out about early treatment for COVID-19 and also advocating for more information relating to informed consent about the COVID vaccine. I will start with saying that I personally had COVID at the beginning of the year. When I went to the urgent care center for treatment, after performing a COVID test, I was basically told to go home, don't come back until or unless you are having trouble breathing. In other words, wait until you're really in trouble and then we'll help you. I ask you, what kind of health care is this? Thanks be to God, our Creator, that I was healed and have recovered. Unfortunately, this is still what most people are being told, even though there are many doctors out there who have successfully treated thousands of COVID patients using early treatment medications such as ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, and zinc, and thus keeping them from progressing in their illness. I myself am a nurse and work in healthcare and understand that these medications have been used safely for many years across the globe. However, just like in the treatment of the flu, if the treatment is not started early, it drastically loses its efficacy. Furthermore, if the virus is not stopped in this viral phase, it can progress to a dangerous and potentially deadly second phase known as the inflammatory phase. This is usually where patients begin to struggle with their breathing, can develop pneumonia, and potentially form blood clots. I personally have many friends and family members who have suffered during this scary phase and have even lost a friend to a blood clot caused by COVID. It doesn't make sense that this information seems to be a closely guarded secret when there is proof that it can save lives. In regards to informed consent concerning the vaccine, technically speaking, this injection is not a vaccine, as by definition, a vaccine prevents an illness. And as we have seen, there have been thousands of breakthrough cases of COVID after receiving this supposed vaccine. Just as concerning is the withholding of information about the potential side effects. If you look on the VAERS website, and VAERS stands for Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is part of the CDC, you will see that it has been reported that thousands of people have died in relation to the so-called vaccine. You can look this up for yourself, although I will tell you, you will probably have to Google how to navigate the site because it's very technical. Unfortunately, many people have never even heard of VAERS, including many physicians, even though by law they are required to report any adverse reactions caused by any vaccine. I guess if they've never heard of it, they can't report it. Even though the proof is there, I'm almost done, there have been many adverse reactions. When you go to get your injection, you will be told that adverse reactions are very rare, and most likely you will only experience soreness at the injection site or cold-like symptoms. My own mother is an example of this false information. After her first injection, she developed terrible bruising on her abdomen and legs, but did not report it because she didn't know that it was a drop in platelets, which can cause bleeding and is a potential side effect. We have a
Miss-
right to know there's early treatment. We have a right to know.
Ms. McDonald, I'm so sorry. Yes,
thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Samuel Audra Fryer.
Samuel Andre Fryer, 2222 Cardinals Lane, Mayor Guajardo, Councilman. This is a matter of cash or conscience. I applaud your recent decision to pull away from the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District and create the city health department. That's the cash aspect. But what about the conscience? Prayerfully, it comes with a focus on promoting truth, educating the public so that individuals give informed consent and improving their healthy lifestyles within Corpus Christi. On 3rd of September, I sent all of you an email that gave information about early treatment protocols and their efficacy. Likewise, I sent it also to the judge and the county commissioners. The 7th of September, 4 of my family members and other citizens gave personal testimonies about the effectiveness of early treatment protocols. And after a very scathing and misleading article by the Caller Times, I returned on the 14th of September, when which I actually provided statistical analysis of all the different drugs to prove their effectiveness. That said, I stand as a designee of 83 signatories to a formal petition filed with the city secretary yesterday. We are requesting that the city council passes an ordinance to reduce infection, spread, symptom severity, hospitalization, and death. Due to COVID-19, given that, request the city specifically promotes and informs and educates the public about COVID-19 early treatment protocols developed by experienced physicians effectively treating COVID-19 patients and used successfully by doctors and telemedicine physicians across the United States. That it also promotes related risk reduction of SARS-CoV-2 infection through prophylaxis measures, that informs and educates the public on ways to improve their immune systems with healthy diet, dietary supplements, and exercise with physician consultation. And it requires the Corpus Christi hospitals, medical facilities, healthcare professionals, and pharmacies to provide patients with information on early treatment protocols and prescribe such protocols as hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, budesonide, and other safe FDA-approved drugs, as suggested by the early treatment protocols. Now, as you stand up the health department, purpose to use skilled virologists, epidemiologists, immunologists, vaccinologists, integrative medical experts, medical scientists and researchers, and physicians who do not parrot after the pharmaceutical industry. Corpus Christi cannot afford to have those with vested interests in personal wealth continue to lead the charge against this pandemic. Thank you, and may Yahweh bless you and your families as you do His will.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Catherine Barnes.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Catherine Barnes and I live at 520 South Chaparral Street. I'm here to support the petition, which Mr. Fryer stated. We're representing to promote information and education to the public of COVID-19 early treatment protocols developed by experienced physicians effectively treated COVID-19 patients used successfully throughout the United States. We'd also like to ask that you promote related risk reactions to SARS-CoV-2, infections and disease severity through prophylactic measures. To also inform and educate the public on ways to improve their health, immunity with healthy diet, supplements, exercise, and physician consultation. Also, we'd like to require the standing up of the new Corpus Christi Hospital, medical physicians, facilities, healthcare professionals, and pharmacies to provide patients with information on COVID-19 early treatment. There are several different protocols that are out there and available. I myself am a COVID survivor, and I actually used an early treatment protocol. My mother used an early treatment protocol, and several other members of my family and friends. We use budesonide works. That what works for my family and friends, but there are a lot of other treatments out there. Unfortunately, people aren't aware of those treatments. The reason I knew about it is because a friend of mine had it. They told me. When my parents had it, I told them. And that seems to be how it is. But the information is out there, and it would be wonderful if when you called into your physician or when you took your COVID test and we got back a negative result, you weren't just told to sit at home, quarantine yourself. I know myself, I personally took my test here. I was given my results online. It came back that I was positive for COVID-19. I got a phone call saying that I'd be called by someone. I was called actually after my 14 days to ask me how I was. That's a little bit too late to check in on someone when they've gotten a negative result. I don't know that that's everyone's experience, but that was my experience, and that was a comment I gave. So it would be nice that if they're going to follow up with you when you do have a positive result, that you are then provided with some options on what it is that you can do. And then when you go to a local urgent care or a center, that they actually provide information on what can be done to help any ongoing side effects that you may have and preventative measures for you. So I hope that you take into consideration this petition and that you would actually take a look at the information that's readily available and all of the scientific data that has been presented to show that whether you've been vaccinated or you've not been vaccinated, once you have a positive test result, what are the actual things that can be done to help mitigate your symptoms and to lessen the severity of it as you're going through the process. Thank you very much for your time. May God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. And last, we have Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us. I'm Mary Wilson. I live at 602 Sorrel Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. I am an advocate of the early treatment protocols as presented by the petition presented to you. We have had far too many COVID deaths with breakthrough infections and reinfections, vaccinated and unvaccinated. It is evident that our current efforts have not completely controlled the virus. This makes perfect sense, as the characteristic attributes of a virus is that it changes and modifies. It wants to live just as much as you do. We have learned that some populations are more susceptible than others, and that some age groups fall into higher risk categories. According to the CDC, certain conditions such as kidney disease, COPD, obesity, and type 2 diabetes run a higher risk of COVID severity. There is not a one or two fix for this problem, as we have determined from reinfections or degrees of infections. Why does one have to end up in the hospital on a ventilator? Can we not do better? Yes, we can. There are a variety of methods available that are not given the credit they deserve. Without resources redirected for public education concerning early treatment protocols, prophylactic measures, and ways to improve our immune systems, we will see ourselves in a never-ending cycle of illness as the virus continues to change and evolve. The area of medicine has always been based on science. The recognition of patterns creating a hypothesis, the hypothesis then leading to a conclusion. Medicine has never been a one-size-fits-all. It has always been an area of experimentation, questioning, a combining of ideas. This makes perfect sense, as not everyone will respond in the same way, since none of us in this room share the same DNA code. We have a unique opportunity in our community to bring to light methods for empowering and taking responsibility for our wellness. We need an expanded view of COVID treatment and prevention. For this reason, I support the petition that Mr. Fryer has presented to you. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Okay, that concludes our public comment period. So next we will go to section G, which is our South Texas Military Task Force briefing by Captain Christopher T.J. Jason, Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi. Captain Jason, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's great to see you all. So I'm just going to provide you a brief update. I want to give a big thanks to Kevin Norton and the Water Utilities team and Bill Mahaffey and the Gas Utilities team for two recent sort of emergency responses that were very timely. The gas utilities, we just needed that repair today. They were very prompt, and then we had a water main rupture about 2 months ago that impacted housing, and they arrived that same night to help us out. So I really want to thank you for that partnership support. I'll provide a quick COVID update from our base. So just for everyone's reference, we use the community infection rates as the baseline for our policies. That's dictated from the Pentagon levels. We do have a mandatory vaccine for military. There are religious exemptions which are being processed, but otherwise we're nearly fully compliant with that. And we are currently in our protection condition Bravo, which is a step lower than our worst case. So essentially we're heading in the right direction. And again, that's based on the community transmission rates. At the base and in the military, we tend to stay apolitical, and I get to see the raw data. So I just thought it'd be worth sharing. The vaccine has worked well for us on base. We've had 0 hospitalizations due to side effects nor deaths. We've had 0 hospitalization or deaths for anyone who's gotten the COVID virus when they were vaccinated. And we've had several hospitalizations and deaths for unvaccinated infected persons. So anyone with a breakthrough infection who was vaccinated had very mild symptoms, essentially reported as less than a common cold, while again we've lost some folks who were infected without the vaccine. So like I said, I see that raw data. I'm not providing this update politically, but just as an objective way to say that it's working for us, and I support the efforts that are going on to help more and more people get vaccinated. As far as mandates, we have one. I think that's a touchy subject, and I'll leave that to you all to work out. I'll provide a major infrastructure update. One of our big projects right now is our Waldron Outlying Field, which represents a large chunk of operations for Training Wing 4. I closed it in March of this year due to unsafe pavement. We were fully funded for the repair. However, we found some substrate issues, so we're going back to the drawing board to see whether we'll have to descope it to a single runway repair or whether we will gain some additional funding on that. But that's something we're taking care of. Community partnership update. So there's a lot of great news stories here. Our natural gas line repair in conjunction with the city and the DAG funding grant from the state is well underway. That's a $1.9 million project to replace 78-year-old steel lines, and one of those lines had a leak just today. So obviously this is something important to do. We thank the city for their $242,000 contribution to that project. And this was highlighted by the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Installations, Energy and Facilities. Try to memorize that, you won't be able to, but that's Secretary Balaki. So Corpus Christi was in the discussions at national level for the Navy based on that project. So I want to thank the city's natural gas department for that work. DAG grant begins in November for the CCAS flight line security to bring that up to the standards for an operational flight line. It doesn't currently meet the Navy's security requirements for that. Not only will they benefit from a safer flight line, but I'll also benefit from basically being able to use my security forces in a more effective way. This is a project for which the state contributed $900,000 and $38,000 came from the city. So thank you again for that project. And we're currently working with the city on the next DAG effort, which was the restrictive use easement for a parcel in the clear zone of Cabinets Outlying Field, which is the only dedicated multi-engine training field in the Navy. And this is the last parcel of land that's not controlled by the Navy against incompatible development. And I believe this is a business item on the agenda for the City Council today. Then I'll conclude with some happy news. So we were honored to host Vice Admiral Lindsay on 2 November for a tour. He is the commander of all Navy installations. So his overall theme for me was, in a way, slightly disappointing, and he said not to expect a golden egg to be laid by the goose, that funding is going to continue to be tight. However, he was very supportive of any community partnership efforts and said that if I lacked the authorities to make some of those happen, all I need to do was ask. One specific aspect in which I'm looking for is that, as some of you may know, that our child development facilities are about 50% of the square footage needed to meet mission, and they're pretty degraded. And so this was one that he specifically recommended that we look for a community partnership, leveraging some existing facilities, I'm happy to report that there's some great options on the table, and the discussions look very promising. So I'm really looking forward to engaging with this one as sort of a trial for some of these ideas in which, if the Navy can't afford to build a whole new building, let's see what's outside the gate and let's work together. Last piece of good news before I'll turn it over for questions is that we are the selectee from Navy Region Southeast as the Small Base Category Installation Excellence Award winner for the year. And we're currently being reviewed by the national level for a potential national level Navy award as the installation of the year. So a lot of the great work that's going on base is being recognized nationally. So both here and in the city and county. So thank you all. I'll stand by for questions.
Great. Thank you. Captain Jason, I think I speak on behalf of the entire council. We appreciate the partnership. We are a military community, and we appreciate you more than anything. It was an honor really to meet the Vice Admiral Lindsay last week. And I hope we also relayed that message as well, you know, that we stand as a resource to all of you and to continuing to protect our installations by working on these grants and other ways, as you mentioned.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you, and thank you for taking the time to be here today.
My pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
All
for
right,
your
thank
service, of course. Yes, sir. Actually, with that, I think what I'm going to do, we do have item number 20, which is on our general consent agenda, a resolution authorizing the submittal of a grant application totaling $800,000 to the Office of the Governor for funding. I'm going to go ahead and move that up. Since you're here, Captain, and you might, if there are questions in regards to that, you're here to answer them if need be. Mr. Zanoni, can we move that item up?
Yes, let's move that one up since Captain Jason's here. Tammy's going to introduce it real quick.
Okay.
We had a short presentation uploaded for it.
That's going to be item 20 for, there we go.
Yes, that's item 20 for those
There
watching.
we go. As Captain Jason mentioned, this is a DIAG grant that will acquire a restrictive use easement on a 51.85 acre parcel located just to the south of Cabinus Field. This is the only tract of land in the clear zone in APZ 1 surrounding Cabinus Field that is not owned or controlled by the Navy or the city. This land lies just outside the city limits in the high growth corridor of our city. We know the explosive growth that is being experienced in that area, the amount of residential developments that are going on in that area, and it is extremely important that we protect the asset that we have in Cabinus Field as the only multi-engine training field for primary flight training in the Navy. It is unique, and it is a kind of the crown jewel that we have. If you're going to fly a multi-engine aircraft for the Navy, you're going to come to Corpus Christi and you're going to fly in and out of Cabinus Field to train. And so we need to do everything that we can to protect that mission. So this is the latest effort in an ongoing issue over 30 years, really, for the city to, the city stepped up in the 80s and purchased clear zone land surrounding the airfields, and you all know that we finished the land swap with the Navy in the March to put that all of that land in their hands, and this will take that last piece and secure it and secure our flight training missions against incompatible development encroachment. And I stand by for any questions.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Captain Jason, thank you again. Ben, thank you. And Tammy, thank you. Okay, so we will then now go back to our scheduled agenda here. Item H, City Manager's comments.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor and members of the council, we do have 5 items today in the City Manager's report, and 3 of them will have a guest presenter. And our first item was going to be the fourth quarter budget finance report, but we're going to delay that till next week. We need a little more time. Plus, we have a lot of items anyway, so this will give us a little more time for these other items. So let me begin with the City Health Department transition update. Communicating to the community and the council is one of our top priorities, and so I'm going to share with you what we've done over the past 2 weeks and what we're doing moving forward. That does include having moving forward from the dated 40-year-old district model, just for the community's benefit that may not be aware, moving away from that older model to a new business model, which will be one that has the city as the Department of Health managing that service delivery. We do have two primary goals in mind. One is the community as we transition, and for the community, better health outcomes and better use of taxpayer dollars. So those are the message points for our community. Our second goal is the employee, whether it's a city employee or a county employee. We're over-communicating with the employees to make sure there's less stress and just concern as we transition over. And so those are our two primary audiences that we're focused on, the community at large and then our employees, whether they're a city employee or a county employee. We do have a team that's helping in the transition, a city team, but before I mention them, I do want to mention we're working lockstep, I should say, with Nueces County. We're working with Jenny Dorsey, the county attorney, as well as the county auditor and/or audit staff. We've met with them twice now. We're going to be meeting with them weekly. The city team includes the health district, Annette and her team, human resources, the budget department, our legal department, our innovation group, finance department, and then staff from the city manager's office. So far we've created a 10-point transition plan. There's 10 focus areas, and each one of them has numerous steps and different timelines. We share this entire work plan with the county as well as with the employees, and we'll continue to update it and provide that with the employees and the community. So those 10 points include looking at the programs we provide today as a district and determining which ones do we continue as a city department, which ones do we stop doing potentially, which ones do we start doing where we may not be doing them, but best practices we should be. So we're looking at that, and then we're looking at which ones do we do differently. Is there a different service delivery or maybe a different department in the city that should be providing those? We're looking at the grants. We know that the health district and in the future, the health department will have a lot of grant funding. So we're looking at what grants are currently in our inventory or the county's inventory. We're going to be having conversations with the grantors. We're looking at the term of the grant, the employees, the amount of money, and so on. We're looking at the positions. I did mention that that's one of our key focal areas, but we're not sure if we have too many, too little, the right amount. So we're doing comparative analysis with the 7 largest cities above us that we frequently compare ourselves to. And then we're also including Amarillo and Brownsville. So we're looking at 9 comparative cities when it comes to our position analysis. Today, there's an action on the City Council agenda that's pretty ministerial. It creates a department in the city, but that is for the purpose of being able to authorize positions. Only City Council can do that. I can't, as the manager, authorize positions. I can fill them, but City Council needs to authorize them. And so we're going to be soon, after today's action, in an incremental way, posting positions and interviewing staff in the current district so that they can fill these new positions, so that well before the end of the year, they'll know what position they'll be filled, and that'll help to alleviate some of the stress that goes along with this. Both the city and the county are looking at asset management. There's a lot of inventory, you can imagine, things like lab equipment, vehicles, technology. And so we're both developing, though, in lockstep, again, one list that says, here's the city's assets, here's the county's assets, and both the city and the county will be in agreement with that list. We're not going to have 2 different lists. And so we're working on that. Communications and public relations, this is a very important one, especially when it comes to the employee. My team and I personally have gone now to the health district building twice and met with every employee, and I'm going to do that every week. And the employees know that. In fact, I told the employees our solution for a better health department is in their hands. They know best. They're the professionals, what we provide today. And so they're very much part of this redo of how we provide health services. So weekly meetings with every employee will be taking place as a scheduled meeting or a routine meeting, 9 o'clock every Friday. I'll personally be visiting with them. We're going to be assembling, and I know a lot of you, the mayor and council, have sent me names of healthcare professionals. We have a lot of interest in the community, persons that have wanted to express how we can do things better, but just haven't had the opportunity. So we're putting together a healthcare professionals work group, and that list continues to grow. I personally get a few every week, and I know you all have sent me several. We'll be meeting with them. I know they have a lot to give us advice on, and we'll listen to them. Many of them want to actually help provide services that we provide today, so there's some efficiencies there that can be gained. We're negotiating with the county very much in a professional and open way. I told that personally to Jenny Dorsey, that this is about communicating, working professionally. That's how we operate here, working as a team in the city. I told her our principles will apply when we work with Nueces County. We'll be meeting with Jenny every Friday at 1:30, and there'll be additional staff there from the county to include the auditor or audit staff. And then I'll be providing updates to the city council periodically, probably once a month or more if we need to. And then the community as well. We want to make sure that the community knows, and we've said this over and over, I know the mayor has said it and the council members have said it, that there will be no interruption in service. There's not going to be any interruption in service as we transition. The transition will only take place when we have the plan ready to activate. And so the health district that exists today continues to provide service all the way up to that transition point. And I might add that the transition point probably won't be a fixed point in time, one point in time. It's going to be maybe gradual, not maybe, it will be gradual, where certain programs will be transferred sooner than later. And so the steps of how we'll go about this, in either way, there'll be no interruption in service. Now, we have told the county in our recent negotiations, they've expressed that maybe January 18 is too soon. Maybe we can't get it all done by then. And we committed that that may be the case. And so if it needs to go beyond the 18th, then that's what we're committed to. We know that the 90 days was a clause written in the contract some 40 years ago, and we think we can get it done in 90 days, but if we can't, we have no problem with extending that, and we'll keep the council and the community and the employees informed along the way. So we're open to that. We've told the chief negotiator for the county, Jenny, and we'll be communicating that all the way through. Okay, so that is the update on the health district. I'm going to transition to the second item, unless there's any questions, Mayor.
I think we do, Mr.
Okay.
Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Will Annette Rodriguez be coming to City Council anymore to provide any updates on the COVID or coronavirus issue?
Yes, she could. But it'd probably be more so the flu. Probably we can do something in December on the flu and what are we seeing with the holiday break. We know that Annette's team has projected maybe as many as 1,000 new cases of COVID around the holiday, so we could probably invite her to do some communicating to the community of how to be safe during the holiday season.
Okay, I think that would be ideal. I also have some other questions, and maybe I'll pose them here. Recently, and just in my personal circles, there's been an influx of myocardial infarction events that were unexpected.
What kind of events, I'm sorry?
Heart attack.
Heart attack, okay.
If you include Richard Martinez as unexpected, I'm a little concerned that might have something to do with the vaccination, and I just want to make sure that if we've got any statistics or any information on that, if we can ask that question for her.
Okay, I'll get that asked.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all, Peter.
Okay, great.
Actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Presley.
Yeah, Peter, if you could ask the staff or Annette, whoever over at the health district, I recently went up to MD Anderson Hospital with my daughter, and to be able to go in with her, we had to show proof of vaccination. I did, and I have the card that I received when I received my vaccinations from the county, and they told me at MD Anderson that wasn't the proper card, that there's another one that the CDC requires that you have. They went ahead and allowed me to go in, but could you check and find out if Annette and them know anything about that, please?
Okay, yeah, I'll do that, Councilman.
Okay, thank
Yes, sir.
you.
We'll get you that.
Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Okay, great. Okay, we're going to move next to our United Way charitable campaign kickoff, and I know Libby's been patiently sitting in the audience, and we want to bring her up, but let me just provide a little context. The City of Corpus Christi is one organization among many in Nueces County area that has an impact through the annual fundraiser with the United Way of the Coastal Bend. Our campaign for the city organization, meaning the city employees, we have over 3,500 employees. The charitable giving began November 1st, and it concludes December 3rd, so about a month of time. Now, I've been here for 2.5 years or so, and when I first started the prior year, the amount that was raised from the city organization was $79,000. In 2019, I challenged our leadership team, and they challenged all of our employees to increase giving. And in fact, in that year, in 2019, we went from $79,000 to $110,000 in charitable giving, which is a $30,000 increase. We moved to what is considered a cornerstone donorship status with the United Way, so that's pretty impressive. Last year, the second year of increased awareness and really a pledge to a request to the frontline staff who nobody lost their job during the pandemic. There was no reduction in pay, but we know there was a lot of that out there in the community, so we challenged in fears amongst the COVID pandemic. This year, our goal is a 10% increase over the prior year's goal, so we're hoping that our employees can contribute $135,000 to the United Way this year. And we're pretty confident, given the leadership team that we have who are managing those 3,500 employees and leading them, that there's a lot of good reasons to contribute to our community. We're fortunate, as I've told my executive team, to be here as employees. There's been minimal impact to us through the whole pandemic, but we know there's been a tremendous hit in the community, and so our way of helping them out, as we do every day, is even giving more, and through this charitable campaign. So with that, I wanted Libby to talk to us a little bit more about it and the significance of it for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager Zanoni, for having us here today. And really, my goal is just to say thank you to you all, because you've been longtime supporters of United Way. The City of Corpus Christi employees have been very generous over the years, and as Mr. Zanoni described, the generosity has really increased over the past several years, and folks have most definitely needed that. As mentioned, your giving has been going up. You have a goal this year of $135,000, which would be an increase of 10%. We frankly think that's going to happen. Y'all have been so great, and your employees have been, again, so generous that I think that's going to happen. You can go to the next slide, please. The Cornerstone status, well-deserved. Y'all have increased the donations 42% since 2017. And to give you just a little bit of an overview about United Way, you heard earlier about the generosity of this community through the Day of Giving. While that's something separate from what we do, we definitely support that. We think all giving in this community benefits everybody. But what we do is work directly with those companies who provide the opportunities to their employees to give regularly through their paychecks. It's an easy way for everybody to be a philanthropist, and we have hundreds of local companies, businesses that we work with, thousands of individuals who give through us to their community, and it benefits more than 60 nonprofits that we work with. We really focus on the areas of health, education, and financial stability. Next slide, please. And we do cover a 10-county area, although the bulk of our money does stay in Nueces County and in the local area, because that's where the bulk of the population is, so that makes a lot of sense. We always like to remind everybody that's what is raised here stays here. We are a local organization. I am hired and fired by a local board of directors, and we're just a membership organization. We pay membership dues to United Way Worldwide in order to use the branding. But the money that we raise benefits local nonprofits here and the people here in our area that need the help. Next slide, please. And so as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, the campaign will go on for the city through December 3rd. Your folks who are organizing it are a joy to work with. They're doing a really great job. I have to mention as well that Chief Rocha sits on our board. We're very fortunate to have him as part of our leadership team. We've got a really great board of directors who represent the major companies in this area, and we're very fortunate to work with them. So with that, I will stop. I know y'all have a busy agenda. Do you have any questions for me? I'll be happy to answer them.
I don't think we do, but Libby, thank you very much. We appreciate the report.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Libby, so much for coming down today, and we look forward to working with you through our campaign. Okay, Mayor and Council, so I know from your perspective, from both the Mayor and this Council, transparency and open government is something that we've talked about a lot. Having the community know what we do is important, and so this next item talks about the Buenos Dias event at City Hall. This is going to be an opportunity for the community, the business community, and really anybody to come see City Hall and come see the mayor and city council members. And Efren Franco helped to coordinate this. He asked, could he make the Buenos Dias Day here next Tuesday from 7:30 to 8:30. Efren is the membership engagement director at one of our partner agencies, the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. And he's going to talk a little bit about the event. So next Tuesday, 7:30 to about 8:30 here at City Hall. We're going to have some tacos, coffee.
Actually, I believe kolaches.
Kolaches.
So,
Okay.
yeah. No. So, just want to thank you all. Greatly appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager Peter Zanoni. So next Tuesday, it's actually a monthly event that we have with the Chamber of Commerce. Buenos Dias, obviously coming from the Hispanic Chamber unification that took place several years ago. And it's an amazing event. It's really an opportunity for business leaders to come together and kind of to network, get to know each other. And obviously, it being here at City Hall, we're really excited about this opportunity. Quite frankly, 5 years been with the Chamber, we've never had an event like this here at City Hall, so I'm pretty excited about it. I know a lot of members are talking about it. And I want to make sure everyone knows that the importance of having stuff like this, really bringing the business community together, very anecdotally, but members come to me saying, wow, I just made a connection. Great, fantastic, good to hear. Weeks later, they call me, text me saying, hey, I just paid for my membership for the next 20 years just because of that interaction, for that opportunity. So it's really important that we have these events. And quite frankly, the leadership we have here is amazing that y'all are hosting it, so we're really excited about it. And he's exactly right. We're going to have kolaches. I believe they're from right across the street, corner Comanche Cafe. I know the mayor was there a couple of days ago with her family. So, and if I may say on a personal note, my father serving 20 years in the Marine Corps, taught me to praise in public, correct in private. Really want to thank you all sincerely for all the support you give to our business community. Y'all are always out there, ribbon cuttings, networking events, mixers. I know for these kind of situations, a lot of people obviously have their concerns, and that's fine. But I think it's important to acknowledge the hard work that you all do, the invitation you sent out to the chamber. So if there's anything else, I'd really like to give a round of applause to our city council here, our mayors, Peter Zanoni. Again, not just saying that, obviously I work, with all these businesses, and to be quite frank, a lot of chambers do say, wow, we're following you on Facebook. You always have city council members. You always have, representation from the city. How do you do it? And it's really just building a relationship. So I want to thank you all sincerely for always making the time to come out and support the business community.
No, thank you. Thank you for all you do, Efren.
Thank you, Efren.
And your champions, your chamber champions. Yes.
Mayor, could we ask staff to please remember to send council members a calendar invite for this event, please?
Yes, it's being sent, Councilman.
Who does it?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
It is being sent this morning. It should,
Okay.
You probably should have it by now.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good.
Great. So the event is going to be right here on the first floor, focusing kind of around the rotunda area, and we'll probably have to use some of this area outside the chambers here. Great. Okay. Our final presenter is Dr. Ridge Hammonds, who wants to talk to us today. Councilman Molina brought this to our attention, as well as Dr. Hammonds called us directly. But we just want to give a little bit more awareness of a program called HELP, H-E-L-P. Dr. Hammonds is the executive director of HELP, and he's here today to help me explain and kind of give an overview of the employment leadership program that was established in 2008, known as HELP. HELP is growing the workforce of the Coastal Bend by placing junior and senior high school students and disabled students and those with juvenile justice center issues in a lucrative career with local employers. HELP has introduced over 4,000 students to jobs of their dreams because of this program. Dr. Hammonds is a retired teacher, a principal, and he worked at the central office as well for 30 years in CCISD. He's joined today with an associate of his, and they're going to talk to us, Jennifer, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about the HELP program. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you letting us be here. My name is Ridge Hammonds. I live at 4126 Monaco, and my associate is my daughter, Amy.
I'm Amy Pfeiffer. I live at 338 Doddridge. Thank you.
So we're going to tell you a little bit about an event we have coming up and touch on some of the things that HELP has done over the last 13 years.
So first, we just want to thank you, council, mayor, city manager, everybody for having us today. There's a lot going on, so we really appreciate y'all letting us take your time.
Absolutely.
Like I said, my name's Amy. I am Dr. Hammond's only daughter, and I've been working with HELP on and off for about 10, 12 years now. He's lost, unfortunately, some of his helpers and some of his staff, so I've stepped back in to help him as much as I can.
Basically, we represent a nonprofit called Hammond's Employment Leadership Programs. We're a 501c3 organization. What we do is we provide on-site, hands-on experience for students and at-risk youth. Since 2008, HELP has worked with over 6,000 clients in our area. We've taken them on over 250 field trips to over 100 local businesses in the Coastal Bend. Using thousands of hours of that footage, HELP has created what we like to call virtue tours to allow students and now veterans to virtually visit tons of job sites in our area. We're going to give you all some of these so you can take a look at it, but some of those visits include the refineries, the hospitals. We work with Del Mar College. We work with Texas A&M. We work with Craft Training Center. Tons of different places that they can see. And all of those are going to be viewable on our website as well as our YouTube channel. We are now moving into making virtue tours available for our veterans in our area, and I'm going to let Rich talk a little bit about that.
Well, this is a great opportunity. We have a lot of military personnel who discharge and step back into the civilian world, and we modified our virtual tours that we show to the kids to make them available for a little bit more grown-up audience. And the business community that's been starting to use these opportunities is very grateful for the more grown-up people that they get from the retired military group. People that have responsibilities, that bring a little bit more maturity to the job market. And I think it's a win-win for both the people that are looking for jobs and for our business community, that everywhere you go, you see a job. You know, if you want a job, we've got them for you. So as we enter into this part of the world more and more, I think we're going to see that a lot of young people that are maybe even not that young, that are getting out of the military, will use our techniques and our abilities to virtually sample a lot of jobs. Plus the businesses, when they go onto the website and check out, let's say, process technology, then the process technology people, the Valeros, the Citcos, will know who's looking and who's interested, and they can reach back out to them. So I think it's a very effective and efficient and very cost-wise way of getting employers with potential employees.
Not to mention safe, because we allow them then to virtually tour job sites, experience things that they wouldn't normally be able to without having to actually go into that job site and be hands-on. So once they show interest in a certain job, this goes for the veterans and for our students and our at-risk kids as well. Once they show interest in a certain tour, they can then register to take an actual trip with HELP, and they can go and they can interview. How do I get this job? What did you do to get this job? Where did you go to school? What did you focus on? They get to talk to the employees and the employers and really find out what that line of, what that career is really all about, and it's something that they want to get into. Being a 501c3 nonprofit in our area, we do rely heavily on our support from our local businesses and our friends in our community, and we have tons of support. It's just almost unbelievable how blessed we are. Today is a really important day. I'm sure y'all have already heard that it's the Coastal Bend Day of Giving, which is just a fantastic opportunity for local charities like us to maximize our donations. Coastal Bend Day of Giving will double every donation that the involved nonprofits get up to a certain amount of money. And I believe that level is $1.2 million this year for the entire...
I wish we could get 1.2
Well,
million.
yeah, not just for us. That'd be great, right? But it is an incredible collaborative effort involving over 27 different funders and 50 different nonprofits. And we really are honored to be part of that. So the other fundraiser that we rely heavily on, and Ben Molina is our star of that, is our Help Hits the High Notes that we do every year at Brewster Street. Unfortunately, last year due to the pandemic, we weren't able to do it. So I know a lot of people were kind of bummed about that. We are really happy and lucky to be able to do that show again this year. And it's going to be November 17th at Brewster Street. We're going to be handing out some flyers and information. There are still sponsorships available. There's a few tables still available. If you want tickets, you don't want to miss Ben, because he's going to be up there. Well, I don't want to say making fun of himself, but we do have a little video, I believe,
Yeah.
right, for them to show if y'all want to see.
It's
with a rattlesnake.
As you can see, we have some real
Hey, everybody has a great time. Everybody has a great time. So included with every sponsorship or anything, you're gonna have a whole dinner provided. As you see, lots of interesting entertainment. We also have a great silent auction. You're gonna find lots of great gift things on there too. We'll have a disco dance off possibly, and it's a really, really great time. Reese 60 is gonna be performing, and also The Groove will be performing, so lots of professional entertainment as well.
We have lots of opportunities to have a good time. It's a fundraiser. We make some money on it too, but we have a lot of fun. I hope that y'all will see fit to join us. If nothing else, you got to come watch Ben. He's really good.
And this year's gonna be the 70s, so can't wait to see what you come out with this time.
We're going to have a special guest appearance by the Bee Gees, and they're going to look for a certain young lady to possibly join them in the demonstration of their big hits from 50 years ago, Staying Alive, which is what we've managed to do through COVID. I think it's a perfect opportunity to kick up our heels and celebrate ourselves, with ourselves. Questions? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate
Thank y'all so much for your
time
time.
and your interest, and God bless you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hammonds, and your daughter as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor and Council, just one final thing, which is to recognize public engagement again. So we recently were recognized as the 2021 Planning Achievement Award recipients for public outreach by the American Planning Association. The Texas chapter of the American Planning Association has awarded the city a 2021 Planning Achievement Award for public outreach, as I mentioned. The award recognizes the city's leadership, innovation, and effectiveness for community outreach when we conducted or completed 4 area development plans that include Southside, London, Flower Bluff, Padre, Mustang Island area development plan initiatives. Each area development plan process engaged the community to have a shared vision for the future for their particular neighborhoods and communities, and it helped to develop strategies for policies and programs and projects to help guide the development in the future. This, we want to remind people, was done as well through the pandemic. So we were more than innovative in reaching out and had even more people participate than normal through things like using WebEx and innovative online platform tools. So this is a congratulations to our community for one, being willing to engage us, but 2, for the staff and their work of going above and beyond to engage the community, especially during tougher times with the COVID pandemic, where there was a lot of things shut down and public meetings weren't as readily available. So I think we have some audience members maybe here with us today. I want to recognize them. If not, I know they'll hear. We have Dan McGinn, our planning director. Thank you, Dan. Right, Karen. His team members are here as well. Karen Costanzo, Anika Yankee, right. We have Amanda Torres, Leanne, just a few more, Leanne Helfels. Okay, great, and then Bonnie McLaughlin. So all of them are here. Congratulations, you guys. That's great, thank you.
Yes, thank you for all the work you guys do. Y'all are a great team. That's why we wanted individual applause.
Okay. And we know they're working on several area development plans, Mayor, including your Staples Street corridor plan out here.
Absolutely.
As well as the Midtown plan, and the West Side plan is getting back engaged with that community. So, yeah, so several are underway.
I think we may have a comment or question. Mr.
Okay.
Bonetta.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, and along that, Peter, I'm just thinking about it right now. I think, obviously with these changes that we're having with the health department, and then now the issues that you bring up on municipal court, I think that's a great time to give some confidence to the community in doing the public outreach, so that way they're aware of what we can do, so that way we have the situation of the gentleman that came during public comment, so that way they can ease their mind. I had somebody else contact me that, it's the same situation. They had, a fine, all of a sudden they had to appear in court, and they were worried about a fine of $2,000 from the grass that didn't get kept up. So there were some things like that. So I think I know I've worked personally with Annika. She's just fantastic. I know she's been working on the West Side Business Plan. And I know we're having another meeting coming up this month. I guess the accolades that maybe we didn't give, and I guess it wasn't part of the award, two of them was, number one, I think, God rest his soul, Richard Martinez, he was a trailblazer, obviously, and I think, Roland has obviously been very outgoing towards the public, but I remember when he first came out, a lot of the community had a lot of great peace of mind when they were hearing about the plan that we have for streets. So, I challenge you guys to continue that. The other one is, I had the pleasure of attending the West Side Business Association meeting last Thursday, or it was Wednesday. And, Mike Murphy and his team did a great job of informing them with regard to desalination. And they talked extensively about the sites that were available, where the council was, where we need to move on. I was really enthused. There was a lot of good questions. What have you? Former Councilman Alex Garcia. Who I guess maybe people don't know that he was on the council in the late '90s. He even talked about that was a challenge that they had back then. And I think it was a good opportunity. Mike did a great job. Esteban did a great job. And even now, Corey, who is a Buckerator, so who I've known from there, I think he was a good hire. So I know that I've been enthused from the whole thing. I've already reached out to several individuals, and I just wanted to use that as an excuse to bring that up to Mike. I'm speaking tomorrow to one of my trade associations, and they asked me to ask for information about that. I know Kiwanis Club has already expressed interest. Leadership Corpus Christi has expressed interest in getting some information. I know I talked to some people on the steering committee. My network in San Patricio County and B County. So I think that's something that we need to keep in mind to continue that path of that way. We let them know, the public know where we are and where we're going to be with providing a long-term water source. I know they're anxious to hear where we're at, and I've heard that. So, Mike, keep up the good work, and all the rest of you, thank you. We appreciate that. When the public knows what we're doing, it's easier for us to do our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Peter, real quick, with respect to the comments today about the municipal court, I know you're going to be more involved now, and I've shared with you privately, and I want to share publicly that I'm still very concerned about the lack of progress on our municipal court issues. And so at the appropriate time, I would like to have you bring an item to council where we can discuss this in open, and you can update us on how you think it's going to go. And we need to move this process forward. We're losing ground every day.
Okay. Yes, Councilman, I can do that. I'll be communicating with you via memo, maybe in the interim, but we can definitely put an item on, because as Councilman Barrera said, and the mayor said it before, the more we let the public know what's happening, the better. So just real quick, some of the issues at the court include the judges are still working from home. Their dockets are very light, and there's a backlog of 5,000 cases, I think 6,000 jury trial cases or so. So 500 jury trial cases. So it impacts the business, even though the judge doesn't report to me. We do collect fines and fees. That helps us in our overall general fund budget. But the community wants resolution as well. Nobody wants to have an outstanding ticket for years and years. So closure for the community. We will be working with the judge. We have a meeting this week with staff to get ourselves organized. But we're going to be asking that the judges begin to return back to work. The pandemic's on the downward slide now, and City Hall was never closed, and a lot of people worked here even at the height of the pandemic, using protocol to include face masks and that type of thing. So our goal is to get that backlog reduced, because every day new cases come in, and we want timeliness. We want to be more efficient. And we want to close those cases out and bring some of that revenue into the city. So communicating with the full council is something I'll be doing. I know Councilman Martinez, the chair of the Municipal Courts Committee, he and I and some of my team have met consistently for the past month, once a week. And so we're putting together a comprehensive plan, and we'll be sharing that with the council.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Well, and I just want to echo Councilman Barrera and Pusley's concerns. I'm hearing the same thing. We need to improve our, particularly our communication within the courts, what we heard earlier today on it, and I know across the city. So thank you, and please keep this as a priority, because it's something we're touching, 10,000 citizens on there. And I don't, personally, when I've heard from numerous folks, we're not treating them right. We're not doing our job as a city to our citizens. So thanks again, Mr. Zanoni, for putting on your priority.
And I might add that our municipal court committee, you guys are working on, I know it goes through this committee, correct? And so I know y'all are working when it all came, I guess when it came about, I don't know when that was exactly, but that's when all of you started talking, which is something that obviously is needed and will continue to be. But anyway, thank y'all for really, Councilman Pusley, I think you brought it to our attention. Yeah, the issue, you brought it to our attention. And that is when Mr. Martinez got involved, of course, as the chair of the committee, municipal court committee. So good, we'll look forward to an update on that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, if I could, I just want to point out the committee members for the community. You appointed them, but Councilman Martinez is the chair.
Yes.
Councilman Molina is a member, Councilman Hunter, and then Councilman Barrera.
Right.
The four persons that are on the municipal court committee. We
Yes.
did have a meeting last week.
Good.
And we're going to be meeting more frequently to help in the advancing of this service of the
Right.
city. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. So I think that concludes your report, is that right?
Yes, it is. Thank you,
Slide
Mayor.
is in my way. There we go.
Thank you. Okay, yes, it
It's
does,
not
Mayor.
like
Thank you.
this. Okay, great. So we will move, no, it's fine, it's fine. We'll move on to boards and appointments. Ms. Huerta?
Yes, ma'am. So the first board for your consideration is the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. We have one vacancy. And for this committee, each council member and the mayor nominate a member subject to confirmation by the full council. Councilmember Lerma is nominating John Holmgren to serve on the board. So at this time, we could entertain a motion to make that appointment.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, great. Any
Was there
further
a second?
discussion?
You want a second, Mr. Lerma? Or
I
make
think they already
discussion?
second. Didn't they
Okay,
second?
thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
All
I'm
in
okay.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right. Next, we have the Landmark Commission. There are 5 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 engineer, 1 title search, 1 at-large, 1 historian, and 1 real estate. Staff is recommending the postponement of the engineer at-large and title search positions for further recruitment. That would leave us with 2 vacancies to fill today: 1 historian and 1 real estate. So we'll start with the reappointment. Rosalind Wanzer is seeking reappointment representing the real estate category, and her attendance record is in your packet.
Move to reappoint.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right. So next we have the library board. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 more vacancy to fill. Sorry, thank you. So the other vacancy that we have is for historian.
Move to appoint Mr. Pruitt for historian.
Second.
Any
Okay.
further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right, next we have the library board. Now we do. There are 5 vacancies, so 4 of the members, Nicole Carroll, Vicki Natalie, Julie Rogers, and Veronica Towns, are seeking reappointment, and their attendance records are in your packets.
Second.
All right, thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with 1 vacancy.
Move to appoint Ms. Puja.
Ms. Puja,
Second.
okay.
Great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right. Next is the reinvestment zone number 2, the Island TERS. So there are 10 vacancies representing the following categories: 9 city and 1 Nueces County representative appointed by the city council. So the council also appoints a chairman for a term of 1 year, beginning January 1st of 2022. Historically, council members have been appointed to fill 9 of the city's slots on the board. And the mayor and council and Nueces County Commissioner Brent Chesney are eligible for reappointment. So if there's a motion to reappoint those individuals.
I move to reappoint.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next we have, so then we'll decide on the chairman. The appointment of the chairman, Councilmember Greg Smith currently serves as the chairman.
Move to approve.
Nominate Greg Smith to be chairman.
No, nominate.
Okay, so.
Second.
Okay, thank you. To continue? Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to appoint Mr. Smith.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, last but not least, we have the reinvestment zone number 4, the North Beach TERS. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories: 3 city, 1 Texas State Aquarium representative, and 1 USS Lexington representative. No, sir, for the TERS, the vice chair is appointed by the board itself. Only the chairman is appointed by the governing body per the legislation.
Okay.
Not as vice?
Mr. President, can you use your microphone, please, so we can hear?
Yeah, the council appointed me to that position.
No, sir. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm positive.
I was here.
It says the board of directors may elect a vice chairman to preside in the absence of the chairman or when there's a vacancy in the office of chairman. So the board of directors makes that appointment for
Okay.
both the TERS 2 and 4.
Well, the council did it last time, but anyway, whatever.
Okay, I'll look for that, but I've been doing this a long time. I don't ever recall that, but I'll check. Okay, so for reinvestment zone number 4, Texas, so it's 3 city, Texas State Aquarium, and 1 USS Lexington representative. So council members have been appointed to fill the city slots, and again, for this one, the council appoints the chairman for a term of 1 year. So considering the reappointments, we have Mayor Guajardo and council members Pesley and Lerma. They're eligible for reappointment. And Steve Banta, representing the USS Lexington, is also eligible for reappointment.
Move to reappoint.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
I'd move that we appoint Jesse Gilbert from the Texas State Aquarium to.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you very much, council. Oh, I'm sorry. And then we need to appoint the chairman for this one, for TERS number 4. The
nominate
current chairman
Billy.
is Billy Lerma.
I nominate Billy Lerma.
Second, we have a second. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Norma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. So we'll move on to Section K, consent agenda items 3 through 21. Do we have any requests from council members to pull any items for individual consideration?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 3, number 13, and number 19.
And I will pull number 15. So you said number 3, number
13
13,
and 19.
and number 19. And this is items 3 through 21. I'm sorry, we did vote on 20. Yes, we put that one up. So and I'll just get right to it. Item number 3, we have all these gentlemen in the back making sure this item is going to go through with flying colors. And it's a good news item. So Chief Rocha, I would just like, well, or Steve, sorry. 15. Did I say 3? Sorry, 15. Firefighters. Well, we're pulling number 3, 13, 15, and 19. And the one I'd like to pull, and it is just to commend, so to speak, is item number 15. Fire station number 3. So who's? Chief Rocha.
You don't want to vote on the
We need to
consent
vote on
first?
the rest of them.
Yeah, just to get the rest of the consent out of the way.
Not really.
I guess we'll make y'all wait a little longer, guys. Yes, we can vote on
Okay.
We can vote on them. Yes. So we pulled those items.
3, 13, 15, and 19.
Move
3,
to approve.
13, 15, and 19.
Right, so
Move
motion
to approve, except for 3, 13, 19, and 15.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And again, I'm just highlighting number 3 because it is a big step, and this is this is
15.
your district, Councilman. Gosh darn it, is it 15?
Yeah, it's 15.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. This is what happens when you move things around on an agenda. It was at item 20. So, Chief Rocha, this is again a good news item. I'm very appreciative of our firefighters here in support of this. This is a major thing. And I'll let Councilman Molina make some comments, but this is a new fire station. We are awarding a professional services contract to BRW Architects out of College Station, Texas, to provide design, bid, and construction phase services for the design of the new fire station number 3 on Morgan Street, which is the busiest in Corpus Christi and one of the busiest in the nation. And I'm just really proud because one of the main things that we are concentrating on in the rebuilding of this fire station is the safety and the health of our firefighters. And that's really the most important thing before they come out and help us. So I'll leave that a little more detail for you to give us.
I'm just going to stand by for any questions.
Okay, well, I'm going to then yield over to Councilman Molina.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for pulling this. This really is some wonderful news for the city of Corpus Christi, for our citizens, and it has been a long time coming. This fire station that we're talking about here is on Morgan, and it's one of the most used, busiest fire stations, like the mayor was saying, in not only our city but the state and the country, and so I'm anticipating complete support from my colleagues up here.
Yes.
But once this passes, it's going to be a great thing, not only for the citizens, but for our firefighters. There's some safety amenities that are included, some safety features that will help get the job done more safely and efficiently for those people who serve on the front lines for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Corpus Christi. So Chief Rocha and everyone involved, all the city staff, city manager, thank you all for moving the ball forward on this, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this new building being completed and being in operation for the city of Corpus Christi. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And gentlemen, thank you for your service to the city of Corpus Christi. I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 15.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Very excited. Okay, so you, Steve, you're here for item number 3. And item number 3 is a one-reading ordinance creating the Corpus Christi Health Department. Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Steve Vieira, Assistant City Manager. I stand by for any questions regarding this item.
And this was pulled by, who pulled this one? Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, the reason I pulled this is, since this is one of those, I guess, controversial items with the creation of the health department, which I agree with. But in terms of funding this, since we don't have any grants currently, because we don't have a department to ask for the grants, we have several grant-funded positions. So we're actually increasing the budget, for this particular item by, I think it's $1.2 million roughly for the year. But I was told the idea was we were going to fund this until we're eligible to get the grants over. Is that correct?
So let me just clarify really quickly, Councilman. I think you were looking at Exhibit C when you were talking about the increase in the budget amount. It's not actually an increase. It's the total budget that we have in existence today. The top portion where it says Health District expenditure, that's our current, that's for 3 months under the existing health district. The additional 9 months are listed below with the creation of the new health department. And so those 9 months, that amount is reflected at the 2.4 million, which gives us that total of 3.7 million, which is our current budget.
Okay. Well, needless to say, it's to replace the grant-funded position, so no, it's not?
No, that is our general fund operating budget. That's for the 29 general fund employees that we currently have, plus other.
Okay, but we're talking about the grant-funded positions, or how are we going to cover for those?
Well, for the grant-funded positions, we're gonna move to appropriate those grants under the city side, but we're still going through the process of
So-
identifying positions, identifying programs and services. Once we get to that point, then we're going to begin discussions with the state to start appropriating those grants to the city.
Okay, so what happens if we don't get those grants? Or if they're not transferred?
Well, if we don't get those grants, then of course we won't be able to continue on with that particular program or service.
Okay.
And we won't have positions for that.
All right, I just want to make that, if that does happen, will you be coming back to council for either more funding, or will we just not provide that service?
The help, yeah, go ahead. Sir.
We're going to continue to come back to council, and I think in the ordinance, we have it specifically listed that that as needed, we'll come back to council for correct appropriations or transition numbers, whatever it may be that we need.
And where's that funding going to come from if we don't get the grants?
So if the city doesn't get the grant, the county health district will get the grant. So the service will still be provided.
We would transfer those positions over to the county.
Right, to the health, they'll stay within the health district.
They'll stay
So
within the health
right,
district and won't transfer over to us.
Right, today the positions are in the health district, the grant-funded ones, so they would still be in the health district.
Right.
The goal is to, the grants that are assignable or make sense for the city to perform, we're going to strive to keep those with the city. Every grant has a cycle or a term, so it's not uncommon for a city and a health district to apply to the same granting agency, and for that agency to give grant awards to both entities. That's a possible outcome. Today's item on the agenda deals just with the general fund.
Right.
And so there's about 30 general fund positions, there's about 30 grant-funded positions as well. And that's one of the processes we're working on, is analysis of the grants and the allocation to either the city department or the health district. That still remains intact.
Okay, but in the Exhibit A, you're going from 29 positions, operating personnel,
right,
to 50, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so we, as we analyze, remember one of the steps we're looking at is comparative analysis across 9 different health departments across the state of Texas. And so it may be that we need more than 29 in the general fund. This just gives us that ability to have additional positions, so we don't have to come back to council, or it could be that there's no meeting in December, but we want to advertise for a position. The key thing, though, is that we can only fill positions if we have the funding. So that's the kind of the check and balance. We're not going to fill positions if we don't have the funding, and that's capped by the 2.4 that's in that attachment.
So these 50 positions, none of them are grant-funded positions?
That's correct. None of them are grant-funded.
So we're adding 20 people aside from any grant-funded positions?
No, we're not adding 20 people. We have 20 additional positions that we could use if we need to add 1, 2, 3. We don't know the total number.
Right, and I'd like to remind you, Councilman, they're working on the plan.
Right.
So it's very operational, by the way. That is an operational, once you have that operational, those details, they're bringing it forth to us as policymakers. I understand the questions, but we also have to remember they're working on the plan. And what is happening today is to allow them to create the vehicle to work on this plan. And of course, we have access to questions every day of the week. But I do appreciate your questions. And with that, though, we do have the lights on for other.
Okay, well, let me just finish this up then. I just want to, say that this was kind of sold to us as we're going to separate. We're not going to add anything. We're not going to take away anything. This is adding a significant amount of number, and there's budget associated with it. Just want to make sure that we're very clear as at what we're doing, whether you add it or not, whether it's a flowing item or not. We're accountable for this, and it's adding to the budget. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, and I would have to clarify, nothing was sold to us. There was no sales pitch here. This is an operational, this is what we pay Mr. Zanoni to do as part of moving our city in the direction we wanted. It was not a sales pitch.
Okay, I was using a euphemism in
good.
terms of how it was presented to us.
Thank you for clarifying that.
It was, when I
Yes,
say
of
sold
course.
to us, in terms
it
of
wasn't
a
sold to us.
presentation,
Right.
what was provided to us in information.
Thank you.
In terms of looking at the budget, I always look at the budget.
I love
So
it.
you'll
Thank
understand
you
that.
very
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Martinez.
I do have a concern that it seems that our plan is that we're going to come up with a plan, right? We hear that we've got a lot of communication, coordination with the county, but then I hear from the county that, you know, they need more time. They're not going to be able to get things done that they need to get done, which we respond, we'll give you more time. I don't know that that gives a lot of comfort, because the way I see it is we're still doing what we feel we want to do. We're taking their input, but if we don't like it or whatever, then we're just going to do what we want to do. I guess what I'm looking for is a more coordinated plan with the county, and not just meeting with them and getting input, but actual participation. You know, I think it'd be real helpful if we had Jenny Dorsey here to say, yeah, we've met and we think that we can get this done, or can't get this done, or these are the things that we need, so that we can really be able to consider from them things that need to get done during that time frame. So that's my worry. I want to make sure that this thing that we're doing, that we do it the right way, because we only have one chance to get it done the first time. You know, we don't want to be tweaking it as we're going because we didn't do things correctly. So I would just ask that we do things in a pace that is where we can do it correctly, and we can do it correctly the first time, and that we're not doing things that are spending more money than we need to, where there are programs that are duplicated, that we are able to consider those things and work those things out with the county. Not just tell them, hey, here's what we're going to do, and here's what y'all are going to do, and we're going to take this money, and you're going to take this money, but to actually work with them to come up with a plan that works for both of us.
And we agree with you, Councilman. That's exactly what we're doing, and we've committed to the county. Peter has verbally, and is getting ready to in writing as well, that, you know, we're open to working with them and providing any type of extension should that be needed. So we hear you loud and clear, and we've heard them. So
Yeah, I'll just repeat that, Councilman. So number one, we have a plan. It's not that we're working on creating a plan. We have one. I went over it in the city manager's report. We have a 10-point plan to transition. We are not just meeting to meet, we're collaboratively meeting with Jenny Dorsey, the county appointed liaison to the city. And while we meet once a week, we're communicating with her through the week. And it's not a meeting to say, here's our plan, that's it. It's to say, how do we work this together? We want to hear from Jenny in the county. I'm hearing from commissioners directly from the county, and all the county employees hear from me every week. And I told them I'm upstairs on the 5th floor. Come on up anytime. I gave them my cell phone number, because really the rubber meets the road at the front line. That's where the employees are. So the county employees know. I personally called Judge Canales to make sure it was okay. I met with the county employees. The county employees know they are very much a part of this. It's not the city doing it, and they're going to take whatever we develop. So it's a collaborative plan. It's the first time we've done it. It's 40 years in the making, so it's not going to be simple. And I think it'll have iterative steps. There may be something that's clearly transitionable, and other things may take more time. I know the county has said they wanted as much as a year for the transition. Our first reaction was it seemed a little much, but we're not saying no. And so as we meet and communicate and collaboratively work, I think you'll see just what you're saying or expressing here this morning. That's exactly what's happening right now.
Can we have a county representative at the updates?
Yeah, we can. Jenny knew about the meeting today, and she asked if she should come, I think. Did she ask that, Steve?
I believe so.
But we thought that this would just be kind of we didn't anticipate this conversation this afternoon. We thought it'd be, because it's, in our minds, it's just a kind of a ministerial process to create those positions so we can continue to move forward. But we can, so going forward, we'll have Jenny here. I know she's meeting with me when I meet with the employees every week, and I'm sure she'll be glad to be here with us.
A great idea.
So we'll make sure we ask her for the next
Great.
time.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. All right, so I will entertain a motion. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
I'll abstain from that.
Okay. Yes, she did. Okay, so then we will go on to item number 13. And who pulled item number 13?
I pulled them all.
Oh, okay. Council-
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Charles Mendoza, the Director of Asset Management. I'm standing here for questions.
Well, and for our viewers, I'm going to read what item number 13 is.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's a motion authorizing a 3-year service agreement with Certified Collision Works LLC of Corpus Christi, Texas, for an estimated amount not to exceed $152,200 for vehicle paint and body repairs for asset management. Mr. Hernandez, questions?
Yes, specifically, there was only one bidder.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm uncomfortable with approving something that, and I'm assuming this is not a sole source item, right?
Correct, sir. It's not a sole source.
So I'd like some explanation as to how come we only have one bidder for this.
My staff, being asset management, contacted 4 different vendors. One of them was Certified Collision. The other one was Rig Details, Workshop, Valves Paint and Body, and Auto Works. But as far as I know, we only knew that Certified Collision is the only one that submitted. Those are local vendors, and I understood from my partners here on procurement, they also went out and sent emails out. I don't know, I don't know how many, 100, 200 emails to different vendors in the local and on surroundings. But again, we did not get any response. And that's basically is what happened on this one. So we only got one bidder back. Anything else to that?
Yeah, just, Mayor and Council, Josh Cronley, Contracts and Procurement. I just wanted to quickly add that, yeah, when we go out for any competitive solicitation, we do our due diligence to make sure we advertise on multiple occasions, leave the item open for, our standard operating procedures 1 month, which this did maintain, so we had it advertised and out and open for a month. We opened for questions. We contact every vendor that is signed up through our portal and any previous vendor that's ever done business with the city as part of that. Unfortunately, we can't twist people's arm to bid for the work. It could be related to supply chain issues, but we did have one responsive and responsible bidder, and by our own policy, that would bring forward our recommendation on that. We also have a benchmark, which we mentioned in the memo, based on a previous contract this company had done with the fire department, and we're actually 6% below where that contract was a couple years back. So we feel like it's a pretty competitive offer. So that's why we felt comfortable bringing it forward to you all.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was clarified. Anytime you have something that's a single, you only have one bidder, there's questions.
Yes, sir.
There's a certain other entity that got in trouble with having one bidder. They had FBI raids. So I just want to make, this won't be that, the dollar amounts, but just like I said, I'm not comfortable doing a single, with single bidder. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Thanks.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And then item number 19 was pulled, and that is a motion awarding a professional services contract to SCS Engineers to provide conceptual design, process design, and permitting services for a new solid waste facility complex that includes a transfer station, compost services, fleet services, and an administration building. Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, I pulled this specifically to vote no on it. It's not that I'm opposed to the actual project, I just don't like the way it's funded through certificates of obligation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martinez?
Is this the one that we're planning at the J.C. Elliott? Yeah, the only thing, and I brought it up before, is I really would like to consider other places to put it, maybe at Cefe Venezuela or another place, because right now at the Elliott, I mean, that's kind of where all of our growth is going. That's where all the new London homes are going in there. Our city's starting to grow that way, and I know that a compost facility like this right on the freeway is going to produce some odors and some other things that even if it's not living in the neighborhood right next to it, you're going to drive by it to be going out there. So that's my concern is the location of it.
Right.
And so
let me address some of your concerns there.
You need to understand that we have a large piece of property out there that surrounds the compost facility, and this particular item is more for the transfer station admin building that we're talking about today. So the compost facility isn't part of this agenda item, but let me address that anyway. We are currently grinding the brush over in that area, actually closer to the London ISD area where our grinding operation is. And so we've been doing that for many years. What we have here is an opportunity to surround the compost facility with the current landfill facility. The predominant winds in Corpus Christi most of the year, probably 75–80% of the time, are out of the south, which would be blowing from down by the airfield across the highway over the compost facility over the current landfill, not towards the London ISD area. So if there were dust and odor issues, which a well-operated compost facility will not have any, but if they do occur, they will blow over the landfill, which is a major buffer. It would disperse the odors due to the wind movement, so that's one issue. The other thing is, by establishing the compost facility at the J.C. Elliott location, we will reduce the amount of traffic running past the London ISD school system. Understand that if we put the compost facility out at the Cefe Valenzuela landfill, which I considered, we will be running probably 30 to 40 extra trucks a day right down past the school system, which puts a lot of awfully big trucks in contact with a lot of awful small cars. And so there's a grave potential of danger if we try to move that much material past the school system. The current location is ideal. We have no next door neighbors. The construction that they're talking about, the home construction out there has a major buffer zone between our current location and the homes that will be built. So yeah, there is a concern there. We've analyzed it. We've looked at it seriously. And we think that the current location is one of the best that we could come across. I've been in the composting business for almost 30 years now, and this is one of the best locations I can come across and actually would envision.
It's not just ground up trees, though, right? I mean, there's some kind of sludge or something that's going in there?
Right, there's wastewater biosolids that we would be using.
What's wastewater biosolids?
Wastewater sludge. It's the end product of the wastewater treatment process. The Greenwood wastewater plant is in this area. It's just on the other side of the landfill from us. And so I'm not sure that I've heard a lot of concerns about odors from that wastewater plant. And our operation, our process is actually what they call an aerobic process, which uses oxygen and reduces odors tremendously. I have run a biosolids composting facility for probably 20 years. The odors are minimal. They do exist, but a well-run facility is able to minimize the odors, and I don't think I think the perception is worse than the reality. The fear is greater than what you'll really encounter.
Well, but once it's in, there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, it's in, right?
Well, no, if there are problems, we can adjust the operation. If it becomes a major concern, we don't have to compost biosolids. That can always be removed from the process. It's not a mandatory thing that we do that. I think it's a beneficial thing, but if it becomes a problem, we can remove the biosolids from the operation or we can move the facility, because the facility is more of a location. There's not a lot of, there are no buildings built with the facility. It's not like you've got structures, you've got, basically you've got a fence and a working pad that you're working on, and everything else is just materials and motorized equipment.
Okay, and as far as the traffic, I mean, there are alternate routes that you can take that don't have to go in front of the London schools.
It would be very difficult to get from the transfer station over there because once you exit the transfer station, you are on the access road going down Crosstown Expressway to Weber. And if you don't go past the London schools, then you've got a real long circuitous route to get there.
So, okay, and I guess I just don't understand. So whatever materials have to go from the transfer station to the compost facility, they can't just go directly there?
They can, some of them can, but remember, we get over 70,000 cubic yards of material delivered to the transfer station annually by our customers. And if you ask the customers then to haul them out to the Cefe landfill, then you've got an awful lot of little cars running around out there moving the material. So either way, there's going to be a lot of traffic moving that 70,000 cubic yards of material.
And my last question, if we approve what's before us today, that doesn't commit us to putting the compost, I guess, pit in that location?
No, the action today is to really approve the transfer station. And one of the things I want to highlight about this transfer station, we currently have a facility that has no walls. A transfer station without walls in a town where the wind blows like it does here, to me, is unimaginable. I cannot imagine the thought process that went into creating a transfer station without walls here. So the new transfer station will have walls. It will be totally contained, and as a result, it'll be a much better operation than what we have today.
Okay, there are no further questions. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, we have one no, Ms. Huerta. The motion carries. And we will now recess for lunch, and we'll return shortly. I will reconvene our meeting now. Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
You know, I guess having thought of it over on a full stomach, with regard to agenda item 19, I know we've already passed it, but I know if there's a possibility that I could recall it. Do I need a second if I want to recall the item?
Yes, you do. For motion to reconsider?
Okay, and the reason being is that, you know, a couple of things. I think I had some time to think about Councilman Martinez's concerns, and then another thing is that it's obviously going to be a very valuable piece of land that I know that we've acquired as that area continues to expand. So, if possible, I'd like to reconsider it just so we could table it, so that way we can make sure that the entire council feels comfortable with the direction we're going in. You know, I mean, there's, I think, 900 homes now that are going to be built out in that area, and that's not included of the homes that are on the opposite side of the wastewater treatment plant. There's a lot of development going on out there, so yeah, I'd like to move to reconsider, to table the item.
Okay, well, you've got the motion in a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay. How many? 2 noes?
2 noes, 9
It
ayes.
requires 2/3 vote to pass, so we would need 6.
So it
6.
passes?
Yes.
Okay.
There's just 2, yes, ma'am.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman.
That's right.
Okay, so then with that, we will just bring back the item at a later date.
Mr. Smith, just for clarification, you voted no, right, on the motion to reconsider? So it's Smith and Hernandez. Thank you.
And Gill.
Okay, did we take a vote on the motion to reconsider?
Yes, sir, that was the vote.
That was the vote then?
Yes, sir, on the
Okay,
motion to
So now
reconsider.
if we want to table it, we have to take a second motion, right?
Yes, it's the second action. So right now we're on, it's reconsidered, so it's like we've taken the item anew, and a motion to table is required.
Here, I move to table.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Mayor, I'd just like to make a comment. Peter, when we bring this back, have staff bring us some maps that show where the developments are going to be around this property, what's there now, what's planned for the future that we know of, so that we can have a more educated picture of what this looks like.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, and I would say that the information, it's as Councilmember Barrera said, the information that I think we may lack, or maybe we just need a little bit more of a holistic look of, if we don't do it here, where can we do it? And what is the cost? Because Mr. Layfelt made some good points, but we didn't really spend a whole lot of time on that. What is the cost of this plant being, ? Where? And what are those options look like? How many trucks of this sludge, are we realistically looking at? All of those kinds of things, the value of this land when we bought it, the value of this land now, those kinds of things, if you will. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, and when we come back with it, I'd like what I was basically voting for was a transfer station. As we were told here, that the compost comes later. And, moving forward with it, we're transferring garbage or trash right now that's blowing, stuff like that. So I don't want us to put a hold on this needed transfer site. I'd like more information on the composting facility. We're not talking about a landfill here, but just the kind of odors. He mentioned it was an aerobic versus an anaerobic on the compost. What other communities? We shouldn't be thinking about this as a garbage dump. It's not. It's a compost facility. It's a different animal on there. But, just inform us and the community more on, what the pros and cons to Councilman Martinez's concerns on there, particularly if they are using biomass or sludge with it, just what those plans are. But just from my perspective, moving forward on the transfer side with it, where that's most of what we're talking about. Let's not lose the transfer facility because of our concern about, which is a different concern, the composting facility, and not confuse the composting facility with a landfill. So, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to table for more information. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no for tabling. The motion carries. Okay. So that will take us over to public hearings. Section M, items number 22 and 20 through 24. Item number 22 is zoning case number 0921-02, Ed Rochelle Foundation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Naina Nixon-Mendez, Assistant Director, Development Services. The case before you is to rezone a property from the RS6 Single Family 6 District, RM3 Multifamily District, and the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District to the CI Intensive Commercial District. The purpose is to allow for construction of parking lots for a proposed city facility, and the applicant is the Ed Rochelle Foundation. The properties are located surrounding the former Lamar Elementary School and fronting upon multiple streets, including Mary, South 19th, 20th, 21st, and Morris Street. The properties have street frontages along all of those streets, and South 19th Street is designated as a C1 minor collector street. The properties total 3.43 acres in size. This site plan indicates the properties and their subsequent parking uses, and this plan illustrates 286 spaces being provided. The plan also shows proposed portions of street being closed to accommodate parking, which would include a portion of Mary as well as Morris Street. To the north are single-family residences and vacant properties zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District, platted in 1909, and to the south are single-family residence and vacant properties zoned RM3 Multifamily 3 District, and commercial properties zoned CI Intensive Commercial District, also platted in 1909. To the east are single-family residences and St. Joseph's Catholic Church, zoned RM3 Multifamily 3 District, platted in 1929. And to the west are single-family residences zoned RS6 Single-Family 6 District, platted in 1909. There are no proposed CIP or bond projects for the adjacent streets. This slide illustrates the existing land use as well as the future land use for the property. The future land use map does designate the subject properties for medium density residential use. With respect to public notification, 129 notices were mailed. Three individuals were opposed at 1.45%. In favor were 17. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of the CI district and in lieu approval of the RS6 SP district with a special permit. And there are some conditions related to the special permit. Only uses authorized with the special permit, other than those in the base zoning district, is the accessory parking use for a governmental facility. With respect to landscaping and vehicular screening, they will follow the UDC for the parking areas to screen parking. There will be a buffer yard adjacent to the RM3 and CN1 districts, where the requirement will be 5 feet with a 7-foot fence, and then those adjacent to RS6, the requirement would be 10 feet of buffer yard with a 7-foot tall screening fence. And then the lighting must adhere to the standards of the Unified Development Codes. And the permit time request is for 24 months. This shows the utilities of the area, and I stand by for questions.
Councilman Pesley.
Okay, so if I understand the presentation correctly, this property is going to be purchased and owned by the Rochelle Foundation, and the city's going to lease it.
The properties, which are a little over 30 lots, are currently owned by the Ed Rochelle Foundation.
They are currently owned.
Yes.
So all of these outlined areas that are depicted on the presentation in our packet are currently owned by them. Which
Yes.
ones are going to be leased by the city? All of them?
Yes, all of them for parking. We have the city council back I think it was actually late 2020, approved a 20-year lease for commercial real estate, I think it was 50,000 square feet. And the Rochelle Foundation since that time has been working to secure ample parking that's convenient and close by. That's what they've been doing. They've been acquiring either vacant lots or lots with homes on them and
Tearing the houses down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So all of these, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 properties around, and the city's going to lease all of these?
We have already leased them all, yes.
You're right, okay.
Yeah.
And the zoning is going to impact all of those same lots?
Yes, what we're recommending is the RS6 SP for parking specifically.
Okay.
Because we believe that the commercial intensive was too intense for the
Okay.
adjacency to the other residential
Okay.
lots.
But the city's leasing it as a parking lot, so
Well,
I'm not sure why we're concerned about the zoning. If it's,
Well, again, also with CI, there's a larger buffer requirement too. So with the SP, we were able to
I got you.
adjust per the parking plan, so
Okay.
that helps.
Understood. Thank you.
With the fact that we would require the 7-foot screening fence.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Specifically on the site plan, you have parking, or I guess the location is actually going to be torn down, is that correct?
Yeah, the school?
The school?
Right, yes.
Well, that wasn't the original plan, right?
It was not the original plan, right. The Rochelle Foundation has been analyzing the design for the retrofit to the existing building. And what they've come to the conclusion on is that the current building has 4 different planes, different elevations, meaning there was a central building and then 3 different add-ons over time. What they've analyzed is that they can build a brand-new building that's highly energy efficient, more conducive to an office environment for the same price and about the same timeline. And so the Rochelle Foundation has opted to go in that direction instead of a remodel, if you will, with a building that's not energy efficient, would be somewhat inefficient in terms of office space, movement, and that type of thing. It'll probably look a lot better also. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be a brand new
Okay.
modern building,
Yeah, it's
a
gonna be
building facility.
Yeah.
Also with these parking lots, I'm assuming they're going to be lit, right?
They'll be lit and fenced, yes, sir.
Is there going to be any issues with, I guess you could call it light pollution for the neighborhoods around it? I mean, a 7-foot fence isn't really going to block out the light.
Right, any lighting would have to be located 15 feet from a residential property line, and of course, would have to point downward with cutoff fixtures, so there wouldn't be any bleeding onto the adjacent properties.
Now, last time I saw, parking lot light, they're generally pretty high up in the air. 20 feet in the air?
Well, there's a limitation for that. I don't have that information, but there is a limitation on the height, so they would have to meet.
say that in some
They would
cases-
have to meet the municipal code related to that.
So in some of these cases, these lights, these parking lots are going to be in back of people's homes, not in the front side, right? They're going to be in back of people's homes. So they'll be lighting up their backyard.
Well, there would be no light bleed onto the adjacent property.
Okay. I'm not sure how you're going to do that, but
It's through the site design and the placement of the poles.
okay. Well, I mean, there's a kind of a compromise between security and putting a high light, a light right into somebody's home through their backyard. One of
I
those
think-
things to be
right.
concerned of.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Councilman, the applicant and the chief engineer is here, so
Yeah.
I think they're hearing you. But I think that there's a balance of both. I think they can design it. But remember, this neighborhood is probably the more lighting, the better, not obtrusive lighting, but it's,
Well,
it needs.
I would think you could design it to where the lights are actually along the property line facing the parking lot.
Right.
Not facing
the rear.
Right.
You know, it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be in the center of the parking lot. It
Yeah,
could, you know,
right. They're gonna take in, they're experts at it, so they'll be.
Okay.
But just
I just want to make sure it's taken into consideration because
sir.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if there's a parking lot behind me at my house, or there's, you know, lighting for security purposes, it could be an issue.
And
Okay.
I think we've all confidence that you, first of all, the Edward Shell Foundation this is a huge plus, and I'll let Councilmember Lerma talk about this, but this is a very good news story, and I don't think there is any, if there's some issue about lighting, I think everybody's gonna say, okay, let's make sure it's right, but the overall feel is a great story for our neighbors. So go ahead, Mr. Lerma.
Especially in this neighborhood, I mean, to me, lighting, sure, it's a concern, but you know what? We've always wanted safety. And to me, that lighting is going to provide safety for the homes surrounding that area.
Right.
You know, their houses are gonna be lit in the back. They can actually see if somebody's there that shouldn't be there. I mean, it's an all-around great project, you know, and with that, I move to approve.
Second.
Well, actually, we
Need
have
a
to hold
public
on. We
hearing.
have public, I'm going to open the public hearing, but we'll notate that. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there, the applicant is here. Yes, would you like to say a word or two? Oh, you, okay. So you are a stakeholder. Welcome. So this is actually public comment. Now, can the applicant come up after that or not? Okay, great. Yes, yes. Hi.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Rivera. I live at 502 19th Street. I just have a concern with the rezoning, because I feel like in this neighborhood, I knew everybody that got taken out of these homes for their lots. And personally, I spoke to each and every one of them, and they were told that they had to move, which was very hurtful to know that wasn't the reason that I had done all this petition for the schooling. It was to prevent all this extra, how can I explain, activities going around, you know, with the homeless shelter that was gonna be built there. Okay, so my concern is now, okay, I'm all for new things, new improvements, everything. But what else is gonna change? Because y'all have done taken out more than majority of the neighborhood. Y'all have bought them out, and these were people that have been there for more than 20 years, that some of them just wanted to be there to die old in a neighborhood. Y'all done moved them out, moved them somewhere else where they have to pay rent, they have to do, you know, start all over again. So now, my concern is, you did it to some of these properties. There's still properties there. What are y'all gonna do with the rest of the properties that are there? Are y'all gonna pursue them, harass them? What are y'all gonna do? Because I understand, this is new development. Hey, like I said, I'm all for it. But what are y'all gonna do with the neighborhood? Y'all gonna push them out even more than y'all already have? That's my concern. Like I said, I'm all for the development, but I'm concerned about the neighborhood. That's what I'm concerned about. That, you know, some of them say they've been harassed by the city, they've been, whatever you wanna say. I mean, they're not here today, because I didn't even realize a lot of the papers have been sent out, but unfortunately, one of the neighbors in the area gave me one of the papers letting me know that y'all were gonna have a meeting today. So I'm grateful for that. But like I said, my concern is, we do the rezoning, okay? So that's just for the parking lots? Does it stop there? Are y'all gonna do something else in the neighborhood? Are y'all gonna buy out more properties? Are y'all gonna harass the neighbors that are in the neighborhood? So, I mean, what else is gonna happen after the rezoning?
Okay. Who can respond to, I know the applicant can, but
Right,
we
probably the
obviously
applicant,
just
so the
went over
city,
that.
we're leasing the property, so we haven't been out there talking to any property owners or harassing
Yes.
anybody. Yeah, the city has not been. We're a tenant of the owner, which is the Rochelle Foundation.
And I understand that, that's why I'm here today, like, I'm just concerned.
We understand.
I'm very concerned about it, and I understand, okay, you say you don't know about it, but y'all are leasing from the Rochelle Foundation, so if they're doing it, so, I mean, that doesn't make it any better, because y'all are leasing it from them too. So it's like if y'all were on board. So to the neighbors in the neighborhood, it's like y'all are on board with everything that's going on in the neighborhood.
We're improving the neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to make
and-
it safer for the community.
And like I
right.
said, I'm on board for that.
Yes.
But is there gonna be a neighborhood after all this?
There is, yeah. There is today, and this will help to strengthen what's there today.
Okay.
The city has no other plans to lease any more space. I don't know if
Okay.
that answers your question. So I think the design plan that the Rochelle Foundation came up with is sufficient for our needs at this point.
Okay.
And we don't plan on doing any other leasing, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, applicant, would you like to come forward?
Yeah, it's Taylor.
How's it going? Any questions specifically? I mean,
If you'll give us your name and title, please.
my name is Taylor Hunt. I'm the Senior Project Manager with the Edward Shell Foundation.
Okay,
You know, I've spoke to a lot of the homeowners that we purchased those houses from, and we paid well over fair market value for those houses. We didn't force anybody out, you know. There's still some houses there that we'd like to have, but they said they didn't want to sell, so we moved on to the next house. Mm-hmm. Correct, yeah. We'll talk to each house and see if they're interested in selling, and if they're not, then they're not. That's why, you know, we would like to have all the houses that are right next to each other, but there's some gaps in that map to where some of the houses that we weren't able to purchase, and so that's why that map of the lots are kind of a little bit more sporadic. So,
and we have a couple questions for you. Mr. Lerner? No. Councilman Hernandez?
I love the Ed Rochelle Foundation. I think they do great work, and I only brought up the lighting issues just to bring it up, as to understand as it was the case. So, I have a neighbor in my backyard that has a really bright light on their back porch, and it is annoying as hell. So it was my own personal kind of experience that, if you do have lighting, that it kind of goes towards the parking lot, not towards the homes.
one of the things we're looking at is some lighted bollards. So they're only about that high.
Oh.
Just enough lighting to keep the parking lot safe and not shine out into the neighbors.
Well, even that, I mean, I think if you're shining it away from the homes, especially the back of people's homes, I think it would be fine. Like I said, it was only something that I've experienced personally, and wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is really more geared towards the city manager. Can you list again the departments that you plan on housing over there at this
Yes, sir. So,
facility?
yes, I can, Councilman. So the most important one is the police department. There'll be over 30 police officers that'll be there. And the type of special units are one where they're working around the clock. And we know that's one of the biggest issues in that neighborhood, to stabilize it, is to have a constant police presence. So our K-9 units will be there. Some of the special service units will be there as well. So over 30 police officers will be there in the building. Then we're going to have our infrastructure teams, our engineering department, which today is at 2-3 different locations. So they'll be all in one location, all the persons that work on the bond program delivery. And then we'll have public works administrative staff there as well. And similarly, they're in 2 to 3 different locations. So today, after this is done, they'll be in one location. We'll also have neighborhood-focused services to include code compliance, which today they're in cramped space here at City Hall, and they'll have ample space there, meeting rooms, and locations where they can get their work orders each day. And then the final department that'll be there will be our 311 call center, which today we're leasing space downtown because there was not enough space here at City Hall. It's a short-term lease in anticipation of this project being complete. So they'll have a modern 311 call center where about 20 call takers will work every day. There'll also be meeting space for the community. And so there'll be the original plan, which will probably be carried over into the new building. We'll have a big meeting room space, probably well over 100 people can congregate there. So council members, community type events, when we have our budget meetings with the community, bond program meetings, there'll be a community room as well. So it's going to function as a office building, but a lot of the services are outward facing, meaning the code compliance staff, the police department staff, our call center, and then I'll have community space as well. So it'll be very much a community facility open to the public that'll help the community engage each other and help stabilize that neighborhood that's there. That's an older inner city neighborhood that this will help to rejuvenate it and keep it strong.
And what are you doing with the space where these departments are moving out of?
We'll be backfilling it. We do have a space plan. Charles Mendoza, now that we have an asset management department, already is developing some plans to backfill some of that space with other staff members that are either 2 or 3 in one office to give them better spacing.
Okay.
I might add too, I haven't had a chance to talk to Rochelle, but today I toured the municipal court facility that we have in the police building, and those facilities are highly inadequate. So we may look at additional space at this building for the municipal court operation as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's really all the question I had. Taylor, I appreciate all the improvements that we're going to see in this community, in this neighborhood. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Peter, are we using an existing facility there for all of this, or are we building a facility?
So the original plan was to lease the Rochelle Foundation's Lamar School. They were going to rehab it. But what they've determined is that because it's on 4 different planes, meaning it's 4 different buildings, they can demolish this one and build a brand new, highly energy efficient, more with better efficiencies in terms of workflow for the same price. So their plan is to build a brand new building. Our lease pertains to either the existing building or the new building. It'll be the same lease terms and same square footage. And so the Rochelle Foundation is doing all this with a tenant.
So they're going to build a building and we'll lease it from them?
Yes.
Okay. It just sounds like a really, really great deal. And I will tell you, to your concerns, ma'am, having a police substation in your neighborhood is like one of the greatest things you can ever have. You talk about a deterrent to crime and all that. It's when you see police cars running up down the street all the time, it's a big deal. So I think this is a great, thank you to the Ed Rochelle Foundation. This is a wonderful thing for our community.
I failed to mention, Councilman, the bike patrol will be out of there as well. So there'll be cruisers plus bike patrol and the K-9s.
Right.
So it's going to be a lot of good protection.
K-9s. Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Just real quick, my understanding this was not supposed to be a police substation. At least that's what Chief Markle had mentioned to me this morning.
I think Councilman Pusley was just, it's not a police substation, but it's a police operation.
It's for gang units and the bicycle
Police
patrol.
presence.
You can dub it a
But
police substation.
It's not a substation. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Right. It could be, I mean, it's in the semantics of the wording. You could consider it one, but it's not technically a substation.
Okay,
Right.
I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will close our public hearing and entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
There's a motion, yeah, there was a motion second on the floor. Mr. Lerma and Mr. Pesley.
Okay, great. With no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. 2 from payment of wastewater acreage fee.
This is a request by J&N Hill Country Investments, LLC, to be exempt from the wastewater acreage fee for Hale Horse Ranch, Block 1, Lot 1, final plat. The Planning Commission has authorized the waiver of sanitary sewer construction, and this is a request to exempt the acreage fee per UDC Section 852G. It's a vicinity map of the property showing the location of Hale Horse Ranch, located north of FM 665, Old Brownsville Road, and east of Farm to Market 763, with frontage along County Road 32. And the property is 1.46 miles outside of the city limits. This is an aerial overview of the subject property. The purpose of the plat is to acquire city water to allow horses to be kept on the property. The potential wastewater acreage fee is approximately $2,576.44 based on the rate of $1,571 per acre. The applicant provided what would be required under the city's wastewater master plan to build a sanitary sewer system serving the property to tie into the city system, and the proposal would have cost approximately $3.26 million and required installation of about 7,387 feet of wastewater line to connect to the lift station at Rose Acres. Evaluating these factors at the September 29th Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission approved the request for the waiver from the plating requirement to construct wastewater infrastructure based on the area not being reasonably accessible to existing wastewater infrastructure. And they also recommended to City Council approval of the exemption from the wastewater lot acreage fees based on the area not likely to be served by city wastewater services within the next 15 years. And this would be subject to a sanitary sewer agreement, which was attached to the ordinance. Staff recommends approval, subject to a sanitary sewer connection agreement, which requires connection to sewer if it becomes available and payment of the wastewater lot acreage fees at that future time. I stand by for questions.
Do we have any questions, Councilman? Okay, I will open public comment, public hearing. Do we have any public hearing on item number 23? Okay, no takers. I will close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve item number 23.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 24 is an ordinance abandoning and vacating a 15-foot wide by approximately 69.29 feet long or 1946 square feet portion of an existing 15-foot wide easement out of Lot 6, Block 2, Jocelyn Tracks, located at 7602 South Padre Island Drive.
The purpose of this ordinance is to close, abandon, and vacate a 15-foot wide by approximately 69.29 feet in length utility easement out of Lot 6, Block 2, Jocelyn Tracks. This is a vicinity map of the property, which is located at 7602 South Padre Island Drive, located west of Ennis Jocelyn. Furniture Row USA LLC requested an easement closure in order to construct 17,300 square foot addition to the Furniture Row store on the property. The utility easement closure, again, measures 15 feet by approximately 69.29 feet. And it will be replaced by a new easement extension to accommodate the public improvements on the site. The easement to be closed is in red, and the new recorded easement is shown in blue. And the new easement will accommodate the relocation of a fire hydrant and 8-inch water line. Staff recommends approval of the easement closure, and I stand by for questions.
Councilman, do we have any questions? Being no questions, I will open up public hearing.
If I may, Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot to mention, we did have an error in the ordinance, and the easement square footage should read 1,039 square feet instead of 1,946. So I do have a floor amendment that I'm requesting to correct the ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone in public who would like to make comment on item number 24? Being none, I will close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
You need a motion to amend, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we do a motion to
Motion to
approve
amend.
as amended?
Well, we're going to do the motion first, I'm sorry, motion to first, and then we'll amend it after, so we approve
Okay,
the
so I'll
motion.
entertain a motion to amend.
Yes, ma'am, you are
To
correct.
approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The
Well, we're
motion.
not going to vote, we were just going to do the
Oh,
motion in a
golly.
second, yeah.
Okay,
Right,
now we
and then
will.
amend it. Mhm.
Okay, so
So
now,
let's,
motion.
Yes, so it's, to clarify, in section 1, correct, instead of reading 1946 square feet, it'll read
1,039.
1,039. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
And then we need to pass it as amended.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve as amended.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will move on to section O, first reading ordinances, items number 25 through 29. Item number 25 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code, section 55-113, to authorize the city manager to execute outside city limits water service contracts for subdivisions with 2 lots or less.
Yes, Mayor, Council, this is an item that council had requested just a couple of months ago to assist in streamlining our process. We were having quite a few single lot water contract requests come before council. And so in an effort to streamline that process so that it can be done administratively, we're offering this municipal code amendment. This slide has a graphic depiction of the approved outside city limits subdivisions with water contracts from 2010 to the present. And this should give you a good idea where our residential growth is taking place in the ETJ. Out of the 18 contracts, 6 were for single lot properties and 2 had 2 lots. And the balance, 10, were for larger single-family developments with multiple lots. So currently, the city manager is authorized to execute a water contract administratively if there's already an existing service connection or for temporary water service for a period of not more than a year or for consumption less than 10 acre-feet of water. This slide shows the proposed amendment in blue, and this amendment would authorize the city manager to execute water contracts for subdivisions of 2 lots or less. And staff recommends approval, and I stand by for questions.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
Okay. Okay. We do have a comment. Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, who asked that this was an issue or that we needed to streamline this?
Well, this was actually brought up when we brought the Hale Horse Ranch water contract forward.
Councilman Smith brought it up as an item.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just for streamlining.
Yes, sir.
We're not spending all the time, not on subdivisions, but on these 1 or 2 type lots. You're
Right.
coming to council for,
Is this just for residential type subdivision or lots, or is this including commercial operations?
It could be a commercial operation.
Well,
We don't see too many of those, though, Councilman.
Well, I mean, this brings a concern because there is, I've actually gotten a complaint by Brian Gully that his request for water connection has been held up. And if this, as I understand it, it's 1 lot or, a single
Yeah, I'm
lot,
not
that it would
familiar
never,
with
we would
his-
never see it at council if, so if that only goes to the city manager, we would never see it.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
sorry, I'm not familiar with that particular request. I don't have an application or request for that, the contract that you mentioned, so.
Well, maybe Mr. Raymond can, I know there was conversations with Mr. Raymond, maybe he can shed some light on it.
I'm not familiar with that either. State it again, please.
Brian Gully, he owns some property on Greenwood that they want to do some fire training.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. We need to, I don't know that it's appropriate we talk about somebody else's case here.
Well, it's
If
not,
there is such
well,
a-
they're asking me for it, so that's why I brought it up, is it is something that is outside the city limits that are asking for water, but if this takes place, we would never see that. So if it's for residential, I don't have any issues. But if it's for commercial or something else, or that's somewhat bigger or have something else, we would never see that. So in terms of streamlining, I get it, but I'm curious if there's a specific issue or concern, then we don't see it. We don't get to improve.
But I'm curious, Councilman, what, in your opinion, what is the difference between a single lot residential or a single lot commercial? What's the magnitude of the difference that would not come before council that you think should?
Well, in my opinion, this should still come to council.
Okay.
I'm not interested in necessarily giving up more council authority.
So it's a lack of trust?
Well, I don't trust anybody.
Understood.
Especially in government. So just it's not anything geared towards any individual.
Understood. No,
It's
I
just
take no
a
offense.
general thought process. Trust but verify, right?
But
Yeah.
I can say this, right, in full transparency, if you like, we can, we just did the previous slide, we can bring annually, here are the contracts we approved without, this body knowing it, and you would know exactly what we would do and how we would do it.
That doesn't work. There's been numerous occasions where we asked for stuff to reported on an annual basis, and we never get it, or even a quarterly basis, we never get it. So I to that point,
Understood.
and we'll probably have that discussion when I have a discussion one-on-one with the city manager. But that's just it. We continue to do this, and it's, like I said, it's not you individually or the city manager individually. It's just an overall issue. So I will be voting against this.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With it, I view us as a policy-making body on here, and where we're sitting as a group okaying utility connections, I think that's a little bit outside of our scope as a policy-making body. This ordinance is for subdivisions of 2 lots or less. And yes, I did promote this because we've got a lot of important things to do on this council. One of them is hiring our city manager, which we as a body give instructions to, not us individually, because that's not our purview. And he's acting under the consensus of this council. This is exactly what he should be doing, his people doing is approving these kind of things on there. A utility connection, we've got, 100,000 utility connections, and thank goodness we don't approve the ones ICL on there, and for these small, somebody puts a water trough out someplace, to come before council and spend staff time, our time, everybody's time on this, when this could be done so easily administratively. And honoring us as a policy-making body, that's why I originally brought this up, rather than trying to run the city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, so there is any physical limit to the lot size. So when we say residential lots, that's pretty definitive, but if we're talking about commercial lots, that could be an acre or it could be 200 acres. So there's really no, but it really is for a single water connection.
Connection, yes, sir.
Okay. With that respect, I'm okay. And Mayor, I call for the question.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 25? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Motion approved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion passes. Okay, item number 26 is an ordinance amending Chapter 55 of the Corpus Christi Code to require industrial facilities to have either a reduced pressure backflow device or air gap at each city meter servicing potable water.
Right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gabriel Ramirez, Assistant Director of Water Quality and Treatment. This ordinance establishes a new Section 5596 and updates Section 5537 in the Corpus Christi Code for industrial backflow requirements. Numerous industrial customers requested clarification regarding the existing ordinance and requirements. The ordinance amends Chapter 55 of the Corpus Christi Code to require industrial facilities to have either a reduced pressure backflow device or air gap at each city meter servicing potable water. A double check assembly is required for fire service lines. A certified industrial district backflow affidavit upon relocation of city water meter and/or installing, repairing, or replacing a reduced pressure backflow preventer or an air gap. Annual backflow preventer testing, authorization of the city to inspect, install, repair, and/or replace backflow preventers, and place the cost of said work on the industrial facility customer utility bill, also providing for penalty. Next slide. Or the previous, there you go. The change to the language clarifies requirements on the installation, testing, and notification requirements for industrial facilities located inside city limits and in the industrial district. This change will affect all industrial district customers that are not required to pull city permits. And the modifications to the ordinance are to provide more protection for the city's public water system against high health hazards. Standing by for any questions.
Councilman Presley.
Okay. I think this is a great idea and I fully support it, but I want to interject a couple of concerns I have. If you'll turn your attention to the ordinance itself on page 3 for items C, D, and E, these basically describe that the city can come in and if they judge that there's a problem with the backflow preventer or the reduced pressure valve or whatever, that the city can come in and do the work to install or correct these or fix them, whatever they want to do. And I had a long discussion with Jeff Edmonds about this very issue yesterday. I don't think the city should ever get in the business of putting itself between us and the liability issues associated with doing this kind of work. If we adjudge that this equipment is not working, we need to say to the vendor, you have X number of hours to correct this problem or we're going to cut the water off. It's your responsibility to fix it. Because if we go out and fix it and something happens to contaminate this city's water supply, that vendor can say, you know what, I didn't install it, you guys did. So don't blame me for the problem. And I think along with this, we need to require, if we're requiring this equipment, we need to require them to also install a valve behind their equipment such that if there is a problem adjudged with any of the preventers, then we can require them to shut their water off at that point, and we don't have to go 9 miles away to the nearest water meter to cut it off with knowing the fact that the water between there and the fence line could be contaminated. So I just think it's really dangerous, Peter, for us to get involved in installing and repairing equipment that doesn't really belong to us. We should put that onus on the company that's responsible for it and make them responsible for it, not us.
And sure, that is something to consider for sure. We do work with the customer and try to get them compliant, of course, beforehand. If they don't meet it by a deadline, then that's when we would come in and take control of our system.
I appreciate all that. I really do. That's
right.
You know, working with the client is not a problem. Working with it, and I encourage that. We don't always need to carry a big hammer.
Right.
But in this case, my point is, this equipment is very technical and it's very complicated. It needs to be installed by licensed individuals who do this on a regular basis. And so when you put the city, which is in fact the taxpayers, in the loop of, okay, we're going to go out, we've adjudged that there's a problem with this equipment at this industrial site, and we're going to repair it, then we then assume the responsibility for any problems with that.
Right, and we would have a contract, and we do actually have a contract with professional installers.
It doesn't matter.
And that's what, but I understand what you're saying, sir.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We should not be in the business of assuming the liability issues for this.
Yeah, Councilman, I'm in agreement with you. I have Murphy here with us. In fact, we're dealing with this exact situation with one of the industrial customers.
All right.
And we're not talking, we're gonna come in and put the equipment in. We're talking about turning off their water. Murphy's giving them a 30 days. How many days you give them, Murphy? 30 days? Why don't you speak to this issue? So we'll delete that. We probably should strike that section C, D, and E. But tell us the real-life situation.
Yeah, so I agree with that, and we'll look at that. That's a good catch. I'm not sure why it's still in there. That's in the existing code. It should have been taken out, so I'm not sure why we missed that, but we'll address that. We're currently working with a large volume user right now where we're having this very issue. And we just, as council knows, we just got out of a court case in which we had the what was it, the demand, what was it? Water ban. Thank you, Gabe. Where we just got out of this. And so we delivered a very strong message just Friday, where we met with this large demand user and we actually told them, you get no contract, no backflow prevention, no air gap, no contract. And so that's what we're trying to hold to, so we'll address this.
Yeah, and if we're out of that business, then we're not gonna go to court. All we're gonna do is go cut their water off. And keep our water supply for the city of Corpus Christi from becoming contaminated with whatever they're doing.
Correct.
And Mike, at the same time, we require them to install this equipment. Like I said, we need to have a valve behind their equipment or on our side of the equipment that says, okay, guys, your equipment is in default. You haven't prescribed the necessary corrections within the proper time. We're closing the valve, putting a lock on it.
Yeah. I agree. Obviously, it is not our goal to shut water off or
No,
do
I
that.
understand that.
Our goal is compliance, and that was the message that we delivered, but that's always an option.
Yeah.
That's that's sort of the last option.
I rest my case.
Okay. Mr. Risley? Did you have your light on, sir? Mr. Risley?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No?
Yeah, I would like to say, this is actually a stricter alternative than the state requirement currently. So we're making our requirements very clear that they're going to have to utilize regular backflow instead of having some alternative backflow prevention device that is authorized under the TCEQ, that they call them cross-connection control. And so this is actually strengthening the city code and making it more stringent upon those operators than they might otherwise interpret
Miles,
it to be.
I just said at the beginning, I agree with what you're doing. I understand what this equipment is. I've installed it at numerous properties that I own. So I understand how it works. What my problem is we have put 3 clauses in here that says if we don't like the way it's operating, the city's going to be responsible for going out and working on it, and I don't think we ought to be doing that.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
It doesn't say it says we have the right to get out there and.
Miles, we're not doing it. Yeah, Councilman, we're going to take this out, but it wasn't added. It was part of the original language. We just didn't strike it out. So the stuff in the blue that was added, what we failed to do is delete through C, D, and E, but we're going to recommend we do that for the second read.
Failed?
Okay.
Okay, great. Then I will, let's see here.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment. Do we have public comment? Would anybody like to make any comment on item number 26? There being none, I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance amending chapter 55.
I want to make a motion, we table this until the staff brings it back to us with the corrected language.
Okay, we can do that. We'll bring it back next week with the corrected language for a first read.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to table it.
You can table it, and we'll bring it back for a first read next week, and then finalize it in December.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll table it.
It's been years, so it's not like another couple months is going to matter.
Table.
Motion to table.
Second. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Who seconded? I'm sorry, we couldn't hear. Thank you.
Mr. Laura? Yes. Okay. The motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion passes. Okay. Item number 27 is an ordinance, an ordinance authorizing execution of a 1-year lease with Emerald City Cargo LLC for cargo storage and office space at the Corpus Christi International Airport.
Good afternoon. Hopefully this will be a little bit easier than the last two. Emerald City Cargo is a ground handler for Southwest Airlines, and they've moved their cargo operations into the terminal. So we've never had an agreement with them. It fell under our former FBO signature and that part of the airfield is not good for cargo. We're putting them in an actual cargo facility now, so. Any questions?
No questions, sir. I will go ahead and open public comment. Does anyone like to make public comment on item number 27? There being none, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any
Third.
further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 28 is an ordinance approving addendum number 1 to lease agreement with Corpus Christi Baseball Club LP, providing for type A funding in an amount not to exceed $701,800 on a reimbursement basis to make certain capital improvements to the Whataburger Field property.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Randy Almaguer, Senior Management Analyst. So this item was approved by Type A last month for the $701,800. I just want to do a little brief on this before I bring up Brady Ballard, GM of the Hooks here. He has a presentation to go a little bit more in depth and walk you through it, what this scope of work will be. So what was brought up is Major League Baseball has taken over overseeing the governing body of minor league baseball, or the Professional Development League. So with them coming in place at the beginning of this year, they have standards in place now. They have a grading criteria giving minor league baseball teams, I believe about 120 license holders, to get in compliance within a 3-year gap there. So what happens is they got between 2023 through 25, they have this tiered grading scale that requires facilities to achieve specific scores. Now, Mr. Brady came to us requesting amount not to exceed $1,076,000, but at this time with the Type A funding, we only had $701,800 to present to Type A board. What you'll see probably coming in February will be another request once these small business programs with Type A, I know you're familiar with that. You just approved that with Type B. We shifted them over. For FY21, Type A will close out at the end of the calendar year, and we'll see how much more that will be. If you look in the memo, we're projecting between $200,000 and $250,000, but when that was written, we're probably looking more closer to $300,000, and I think the funding gap's around $375,000 needed to achieve the full $1,076,000 that the Hooks are requesting for the Whataburger Field upgrades. So with that said, I have Mr. Brady Ballard here. Can we bring the PowerPoint up, please?
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Again, thanks for the audience of addressing these facility improvements, and there are really 3 projects in and of themselves that we're looking to address through this Type A funding. And stop me where you have questions as I go through each of these individual pieces. This is really just a summary in part of what Randy spoke to, and identifies those 3 areas in the bullet points. Field lighting, what Whataburger currently has is its original field lighting. Over the years, of course, through periodic audits, it's had its updates, lighting replacements, but that has continued to just be the original system at its state, and we certainly have concerns that right now it would not fall into the compliance, and so the upgrade would be to an LED lighting system among the various vendors that do our type of facility, professional sports lighting. A women's personnel clubhouse. Our industry has seen more women enter the industry in the areas of uniformed personnel, whether that be umpires, strength and conditioning coaches, hitting coaches, a variety of services in that regard. And so we would repurpose an existing auxiliary room and that currently is a clubhouse. It'll have 4 lockers meeting the same specs as any other player, and would be only for the use of those folks, whether they be umpires or coaching staff, not to be shared with any ballpark staff, if you will, in the underbelly of the facility. And then the visitors clubhouse. There has been a major initiative towards all things related to the player workplace experience, whether that be travel, living conditions, all these other things, compensation and pay, and part of that is because they spend the majority of their time at the facility. And so simple things such as dining areas, proper training rooms, proper equipment to support that, weightlifting and conditioning type elements which the facility already has. So we're in a very good position in moving forward, but these are three things that would be major needle movers to put us very much closer to the compliance area and other pieces that we as the Hooks and Astros will also be taking care of aside from these three major bullet points. So if I could slide, please. Really, this is the long version of the original PDL requirement, and it shows you kind of how a lighting scale or a lighting survey would look. And so this is from 2016. That was the most recent that Whataburger Field has had, and that's simply something that's issued by Major League Baseball. One did not happen in 2019. So of the latest information we have, we knew we were barely cutting compliance back then, and in the time since, we figure we would, that situation has degraded further. So the scope of work would be, as you see through the bullet points, and pretty standard for the facility, which is to utilize the existing light poles, in part for cost efficiencies, but replace all brackets and all lights to a current day system. Slide. The women's personnel clubhouse, that is the existing footprint of a current auxiliary room. And you can see like the small squares throughout are the, call it high school style metal lockers, 12-inch wide, and through, next slide, would be a proposed upgrade, identifying the compliance elements, which is to have 2 lavatories, 2 water closets, 2 shower heads, and a more standard professional locker space for, again, whether it be umpires, athletic trainers, weight trainers, you name it. Slide. The visitors clubhouse piece, again, the existing footprint that is there. You basically have the players' footprint to the left of that long hallway that cuts apart the room, and then a variety of multi-use rooms to the right, whether that be for the current coaching staff, training room, and then it actually spills over into the hook, line, and sinker team store as a space that we would sort of cut into to make the appropriate changes. Part of that, too, is simply square footage, of which the current footprint does not fit. So we'd be sacrificing a little bit of our back of house area from the team store. That in the next slide, please, that you would see cutting into that there, especially in the lower right area, the dark tan and part of that blue space. So all those pieces would be, again, major movers to bringing Whataburger Field up to compliance that we're now being held to and have multiple years to address under the Major League Baseball guidance. So with that, I'd take any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Now, what you're asking for is just for this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I see proposed CapEx expenditures going in 2023 of $2.5 million, 2024 of $835,000, and this is, you're going to be requesting that going in the future?
That was an original document as we were originally working with some of the Assistant City Manager Young at the time, some of his team members, as we looked collectively at a potential outlay for what is, a city asset. Those are not at all being asked of today or at this time. Part of what came to be with this was to understand what through Type A is even still out there. And so we really focused on these PDL pieces. And so I think at an earlier meeting with the Type A, the focus is simply 2021, and that's it. And it's these 3 major PDL requirement items.
Okay, now on the lighting, you want to switch from the current lighting to LED lighting. So are you asking us to replace the lighting so you could save money on electricity?
There certainly is an efficiency aspect simply by moving from the old metal halides, which is what the facility currently has, to an LED. Working with the potential groups, whether it be Musco, Ephesus is one of the other major sports lightings, they are not replacing metal halides. You're moving to LEDs. That's the direction. They're not even messing with that in their inventory. So that is the next step and really what all are advising. So it would certainly benefit the facility from its efficiencies, but illumination, long-term durability, and maintenance of it as well.
Isn't it better, it provides a better lighting as well?
Certainly.
Right, that's probably one of the main reasons. It provides better illumination.
In fact, during recess was on with a team up in New York who had worked with one of these partners as part of our due diligence that's continuing on is to understand what their experience has been, customer service. And he said, having been in the business for 20 plus years, first time you pop those on a baseball field, it's something that's eye-opening and a big positive to both player safety, fan experience, and with the LEDs and the systems that didn't exist 17 years ago, you have many other elements. We can flip lights on in a heartbeat versus if they've been on now and they shut off, to turn them back on could take 8 to 10 minutes. And other fan entertainment aspects, honestly, that come with them too.
Okay. So in terms of this funding, and I'm assuming you're going to ask for the additional funding in the following years. Is that correct?
At this point, I'm not going to make that assumption because as we, in those earlier meetings, we were asked to, let's take a look at the next 2 to 3 to 4 years, both as a city entity and Hooks Astro. So at this time, the ask is simply for this.
Okay, so Major League Baseball is having this requirements on you, and so that, and what is your portion of these improvements?
These specific 3, there is not a portion of this. I think our history would speak to what the Hooks and Astros have put into Whataburger Field, and specifically since the amended lease of 2013. I think over the entirety of the facility, is my understanding, only been with the Hooks for 2 years, but that personal investment in CapEx has been well over $7 million, and I would tell you over the last, since 2014, has been 5.5 of that 7.5. So we will continue to make upgrades, structural, fan-facing or non-fan-facing, and certainly ROI.
Right, as I believe is part of our agreement, if you spend over $350,000 in capital improvements, we would come in with $175,000.
That's correct, and that is part of the lease. This is an outlier to that annual CapEx and reinvestment. So that's why this is coming from the type A.
And you're asking us to change just for this year, the agreement for this year. Is it changing for, by signing this agreement, does it change on years beyond, does it change the $175,000 agreement?
No, this is call it one-off. Is that a fair term that we've identified?
Just for this year?
Yes, Councilman, it's a 1 year.
And Miles, is that correct?
I mean, is he asking to just change for this 1 year? Well, I assume that it is then, yeah.
No, what I mean is does this amendment change the agreement for future years from the $175,000?
It's just for a single year. Let me verify that.
Councilman, it's an addendum to one project, so it's for this specific project.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
it
want,
says-
when we redid the agreement, we paid for a lot of capital improvements as well. If you remember when we redid the I guess it's a 10-year lease agreement, and we did a lot of capital. We even paid for ice makers, I believe, or I think we may have removed those. But there was a lot of capital improvements at that time, and this was, obviously there's concerns with this. As we go forward, if this is going to apply, if you're going to ask for these amounts in the next coming years, I would like to understand, because this is just us providing the funding for these capital improvements. What would we be getting back from the Hooks Astros organization?
Understood.
If you're going to come back for additional funding in the future years, I would expect possibly contract extensions as well as something in return for what any investments that we would provide into this field. I just want to make sure that it's not just one-sided.
Understood.
I appreciate the Astros and the Hooks being here. I want to say we built Whataburger Field with that in mind, but I don't want this to be one-sided. We still have it's opportunity cost. That money can be spent for other business development.
Sure. Certainly understood and fair statement. And again, I think both history and future spoke to what the partnership has been and will continue to be, both through past investment. And I can tell you with confidence the plan that the Astros have for all of their minor league affiliates, at which point right now they own 3 of the 4 that they have. And so, in fact, they have developed an affiliate department that did not previously exist two gentlemen, specifically one on business and one on CapEx and improvements for all of us, both to the requirements now of MLB and to the long-term benefit of the city. And we know this is a city gem, and we're just fortunate day to day to have the privilege to kind of operate it on behalf of Astros, Hooks, and city. And so I think collectively all want to have a great plan currently we're through 2034 for the lease. So,
Okay, and last question, how much are the Hooks Astros organization spending in capital improvements this year?
well, we're budgeting now for next year because we're simply, pretty much past this past year. This is in part going to dictate some of that because we needed to know, or will know hopefully, where some of these are going to stand. These are simply priorities because we're now being held to a standard that did not exist prior to this year. So at a later point, I'm sure I'll have those numbers, but I have literally budget meetings scheduled in the next few weeks, and so we're going to understand trust me, I have a long wish list of what we're able to address. But again, speaking with confidence, because in the first however many years of the facility there was no city investment. I believe after 2013 that amendment was made to the 175 reimbursement, but that has not been since the beginning of the facility. And again, to the point of what the Astros Hooks have put in, it's been quite significant.
Mr. Risley.
Okay, to follow up that answer, the addendum relates specifically and only to the project, which is a capital improvement project to improve field lighting and the women's personnel clubhouse. So it doesn't relate to the reimbursable amount generally that repeats year after year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we would also be on the hook for $175,000 on top of this?
If they spend $350,000 or more. If they spend $350,000 or more.
So what, I guess the question here is that if we would be on the hook for another $175,000 on top of this amendment?
Correct, because this is totally outside of that. So in having the numbers, and I kind of touched on it, since that had come into place, since the amendment that I believe was made in 2013 to the requirement that the Hooks Astros spend $350,000. In 2014, $711,000 was spent. $554,000, $645,000. In 2019, $966,000. So skipped over a few years. Not one of those years has it been $350,000 and a penny to simply reach that amount. The investment has and will continue to be significant for the betterment of business, baseball, and the community.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear on the numbers. Thank you.
Councilman Hatcher.
Thank you. I guess my biggest question is growing up, I had the opportunity to play on that field when we were seniors in high school, and it was one of the greatest moments of my life, still to this day. As much as I love everybody sitting up here with them, that was quite a highlight. And I know this is a little bit off topic, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Considering the improvements that you're going to be making, will it prevent any younger athletes the opportunity to play on that field?
Not one bit. We've already have contracts out for what would be our standard high school schedule, typically, starting through March. College events, both TAMU, UCC, some of their inbound schools, and as well, we actually have a first-time event in partnership with Visit Corpus Christi, where we have two colleges, major Division I universities, who have no ties to TAMU-CC because their event will take place the following week, and we're going to make an impact to our hoteliers at the very end of February. So if anything, we're expanding our baseball, and the high school part is important to us. And
that's what I wanted to hear.
Not one bit of cutting in, and hopefully playoffs, as we saw, there's a lot of talent here, and we have. It works out well if teams are.
We were ESPN's best hidden talent in the nation in 2005 and 2006.
We hope to be hosting playoff games in June if given the opportunity and when the schools advance to that point.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Well, I am seeing a shift. I think this is what Councilman Hernandez is kind of referring to. So we've been contributing $175,000 a year to capital. Then last year we approved, and when I was sitting here, I thought this kind of took care of us for a while, a couple of $1 million. And then suddenly we find out we got another $701,000 this year, and then $1 million next year, 2.5 in 23, 835 in 24, and 421 in 25. And I think we need to work with the Hooks organization a little bit closer, so we're not having a shift here. I know you guys, you put in $6.8 million or $6.9 million since 2005, but I don't think we ought to be starting to foot the bill, and there's nothing in this conversation that we have that tells me that that's not the case. So I hope staff will be working with the Hooks, and that you keep your past practices, significantly investing. It's a partnership.
Sure.
On there that, we get $80,000 annually in rent, and, we're starting to put some major money in there. So from an ROI standpoint, it's not so hot so. But I do hope we start working, and that the Hooks will not just be looking to the city of Corpus Christi to fund future capital investments, but as I'm looking at these next 4 years, that you've got a participatory element in that also.
Certainly, and understood. And I think the only thing I would speak to that is, we're 17 years into that facility. You very well know the environment and conditions that all your facilities exist in, and this is a rough one. All my time has been in Florida. We also dealt with hot, salty air, industrial conditions as it is. So we're going to simply be reaching end of life on a number of things. And I think a lot of pieces have lived beyond that extended life due to some of the staff that's been here from the very beginning. So there are certainly fixed assets of that facility that have performed very well. But 17 years in, it's not as it was in day one, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Well, first off, I want to thank you for your partnership. I joke around, I'm a decent ball player. Unfortunately, I went to Moody High School. And so the competition was much greater than what I was capable of. And,
Hey, we beat Moody twice.
So, however, I have had the pleasure of singing the national anthem when we had Altuve over. And that was one of the greatest moments of my life. A lot of you were there, and I know I surprised Peter quite a bit. So, what is it? He's like, "What are you doing here?" So, along that lines, and I want to, I think we're going to have to, I tend to be sarcastic, and particularly with my colleague on the far left of me, although he's to the right, is he typically starts out, don't get me wrong, this is a great project, but I have some concerns. And so this is one of those moments, so you'll have to understand that that's the way he operates. But I appreciate the partnership. And Peter, when we did this before, last year, we did an economic impact study, or we had Dr. Lee put something together so that way we could recognize the return on our investment. I'm particularly proud. I know I was part of as several of us were back then with the Chamber of Commerce 17 years ago when we were advocating for the ball field, and there were some, particularly I know a lot of my network at the time wanted it on the west side because the Moody was a big powerhouse then, Cal Allen was a big powerhouse then, and so it was just crucial that we have it in the area that we do, and I'm proud to say that I was part of that. So, sometimes these amendments come up, and basically it's for us to remain compliant. And, we've got a great partnership, and like I said, I, for one, appreciate it, and I know several of the council members do as well as the community did. I was interviewed before I came onto the dais, and particularly about this, and it was particularly about the issues that were brought up. And I said, for this kind of money, I said to have an affiliation with the Astros and to have the Hooks there, and I said they've been a staple part of our community for the last 17 years. And then if you look at it, Corpus Christi, the region is a baseball community. We've had Mike Adams from Sinton, World Series, played in the World Series for the Rangers. You can go on about how many of our players here have gone on, and obviously how many of the players that have been here are the Hooks that have gone on and played at the show, at the big show. So I'm a big supporter in this, and once again I want to thank you for the investment that you have done, or your organization has done to this city, and I support this fully. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is your light on? Again, Councilman Hernandez.
Since my colleague referenced me and how this goes, I think I booed you when you sang.
By the way, I think there was only one bidder on this project. The premier builder in the coastal bend. I want to remind you of that.
Okay, let's make your point. Let's
Okay,
move this
well,
along.
let's,
go.
I'm not sure what
Let's
you're
go.
referring to
Cut everybody off.
with that, but specifically, I want to make sure that, I understand we're a government organization, so they don't always think about negotiating in terms of getting value. So I want to make sure that whatever we invest, there's some return in the value for us. And I understand, that being affiliated with the Astros, and so it's a great thing, great partnership. I get it, blah, blah, blah. Wonderful, things that my colleague constantly says. But I want to just make sure that we're looking at this from a financial standpoint. There's opportunity costs, that is funding that could be utilized for business investment. And, I understand that this is something that is a serious decision. If we need to have something in return, if you're going to ask for more money, especially what you have on schedule here, $1 million next year, $2 million, $2.5 million the year after that, that's going to be hard to swallow. And please bring some value to us as a community, so we're not sitting up here saying we're giving away the farm just so we can have the Astros having a minor league team here. There are, I don't mean to say this in a negative way, but there are plenty of minor league teams that would love to have that facility as well. So I'll leave it at that.
His opinions. Okay. Councilman Lerma. 1 out of 9. Let's move it along.
Thank you, Mayor. As the District 1 councilman, I'm proud to have you in my district. I'm glad you're in my district. I'm glad you're not in District 5, to be quite honest with you, okay?
Yes.
I'm a big Astro fan. You're always welcome in my district. You want to expand, you want to grow, I'm there with you.
Yes.
Okay? Like the rest of the council members said, that's only one opinion. You got 8 others, and I think 8 others are supporting you pretty darn good. So, thank you.
We appreciate the collective support, and honestly, it's an open invitation to come see where the facility's at, what we did the last time around, because I don't think everyone has stepped foot and really seen all that we did, through the last round of improvements, where the areas of concern, again, might lie based on the age of the facility. So we're an open door. Had I stood here and given name and address, I would have given 734 East Port Avenue, because that's where we spend the majority of our time, is at the ballpark. So, we care for it a lot. Again, I think our organizations collectively between Astros and Hooks, and I don't want to overemphasize them because we're our own LP, we are our own entity as well. So we want to do good things with what we have. We know, again, we're privileged, and there's 119 other minor league teams that are asking for a lot more money currently. So
and we don't want
to a credit of what's been done to maintain and keep the facility where it is, we are in a very good position.
Yeah.
And we're not asking for another minor league team to come to Corpus Christi.
not.
We're keeping the Hooks.
Strike
Okay?
that from the record.
Yes, just to let you know.
I said it,
we're
and
very supportive.
I'm keeping
We're
to it.
happy. We're supportive. I think you've heard that. Mr. Presley, do you have a comment?
I just want to echo that. I sincerely appreciate the Hooks organization and our partnership with the Hooks and the Astros organization. I think it's been a great addition to our city. And obviously, I was out there at several games this year, and I looked around, and it's a 17-year-old facility, and there are going to be repairs that are going to need to be made, and it's an investment for this community. I have not had one person in this community come up to me and say, we need to, tear that baseball field down, it's costing too much. That just doesn't happen. People enjoy going there. It's a great part of our city. and it's something we all have bragging rights about.
Yes.
So thank
We
you for the
appreciate
job
it.
you're doing. We're your partner, and we're going to be here to support you.
We are.
Thank you.
In baseball, this is a baseball community. Just be ready, because I will be reaching out. We will be revitalizing all of our baseball fields, and I have this feeling you could be a big part of that. So, thank you for all you do. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. We will foster this partnership for years to come.
We're
Thank
right there
you.
with you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, with that, I will open public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number, 28? Okay, there being none, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
So
Move to
moved.
approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And our-
I'll abstain.
You're abstaining. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's see here. So with this, will take us to our last item, number 29. Ordinance accepting and appropriating a grant in the amount of $7,808,211 from the U.S. Department of the Treasury and authorizing a one-year service agreement for grant administrator services of emergency rental assistance in the amount not to exceed $1,170,565 with Haggerty Consulting, Inc. of Evanston, Illinois. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Next.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Before you again is the ordinance accepting and appropriating the $7.8 million from the U.S. Department of the Treasury for the second allocation of emergency rental assistance. We're anticipating from this to be able to assist about 1,300 applications with an average funding amount of $5,051 per client. This will be the second award. The first award from the Treasury was for $9,868,157. That's commonly referred to as ERA 1. Next slide, please. Our online application system went live on July 1st, 2021. And those next two bullets were current as of the posting of the the posting of the PowerPoint with the agenda. But I have updated numbers. Now we are at 1,140 tenants that have been approved for assistance, and our total is $5,952,624. Our average assistance has increased to $5,221 per applicant. Next slide, please. How does a household qualify? Well, someone in the household has to have been financially impacted by COVID-19. This can happen a number of ways that can include job loss, furlough, reduction in hours. Someone had to stay home with a child when the schools went remote. They could also have extensive medical costs. They could be taking care of an elderly parent who was impacted by COVID. There are many ways that somebody can be financially impacted by COVID-19. Households need to demonstrate a risk of homelessness or housing instability, and the household income needs to be at or below 80% of the area median income. Next slide, please. The available assistance can cover rent, utilities, security deposits, rental fees, late fees, internet service, and payments for ERA 2 can be made for a total of 18 months, and payments can be made to both landlords and tenants. We're recommending a one-year service agreement with Haggerty Consulting that contracts for time and materials not to exceed $1,170,565. This includes the online platform, the call center, case managers at La Retama Library, including off-site case managers, application processing, quality assurance, and procedures to maintain compliance with rules and regulations. Haggerty has successfully implemented the ERA 1 for us, which also includes all of those features. Last slide, please. The benefits of the service agreement. Without the service agreement, implementation would fall to city staff or a nonprofit. There's no organization that has the capacity to address the volume of applications. The volume requires an online application processing system. Additional staff would be required if we wanted to continue the program. And then without this particular service agreement, program implementation would return to the program design phase. And that's the presentation.
Okay, Jennifer, can you please give us a little bit of insight with how did the first tranche of this money, how was that handled? How was it executed in terms of, getting the word out? How did the company or this Haggerty, how did they work in, getting the monies out and the word out and the outreach to the community? And what's the status of the first?
Okay, so the first, like I said, the first ERA 1 that we're still implementing. Right now, we've got approved tenants of 1,140, and we've approved $5.9 million to different tenants and landlords.
Okay, so let's start with this. The first tranche was how much?
9.8.
9.8 million.
Yes, ma'am.
$9.8 million. Okay. And that was supposed to have been spent, I guess, through when?
September 2022.
So we received it when?
We received it this past spring.
Spring of 21.
Mm-hmm. And we awarded the contract and started the program implementation and designing the platform at the end of May. May 25th, I believe, is when it received final approval, and we went live in July. And that was for a 1-year agreement. So we're 5 months and a couple of weeks in, and we're at 68% total expenditures.
Okay, out of the 9.8, what's left?
A total of little over 3 million, 3.2 million.
So we have 3.2 million left. And that's supposed to, what's that September date? That's
September 2022 is when we're supposed to have that expended.
We're to have that expended by then.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have another tranche of 7.8.
Yes, ma'am. If we go at our existing rate, that 3.2, it'll take us, about 10 weeks.
What are we doing to get the word out? How is that working?
We did substantial outreach at the beginning, including we did media releases. We had extensive outreach through the Caller Times and the local TV stations, including the Spanish-speaking stations. And we did extensive social media outreach. Now there's outreach to existing landlords, and the word of mouth is maintaining the program. We keep about 500 live applications in the system at all times.
And when you say we, who is that?
That would be
Haggerty or the city?
Both.
So what is their contract consist of doing?
Their contract was to develop programmatic materials, including policies and procedures, the program guide, outreach materials, to build the online application management system. They also interpret Treasury rules and regulations. They manage all aspects of the client-facing side. And then the city takes care of, we have final approval, and then we make those payments.
What does that mean, client-facing side?
There are 6 case managers. 2 of them are at the La Retama Library several days a week. And then there are 4 that are available by phone and interact through emails and requests for information. And all of that is client-facing. They return calls, they make calls, they send emails, they help people complete the applications, and then they evaluate those applications. There are 6 of those. Then we also have have a quality assurance professional, and then a team lead, and then there's a program manager and a development staff that manages the online application system.
Okay, so without them, and I understand they are the only ones also who bid on this, correct?
They are not. We had multiple.
not.
With the original ERA 1, we did a competitive bid process. We had several respondents, and Haggerty came out on top after scoring and interviews.
The top 2, there was only really 2 that ranked high enough to be considered, and the other one didn't have any direct experience in doing this type of work. They did property management, I believe, in Florida.
Yes.
So not really client assistance like Haggerty has the experience in doing.
Haggerty has extensive experience when it comes to emergency programs, including FEMA programs, anything related to flooding or earthquakes, fires. I think previously most of their experience has been with emergency programming.
And their fee, can you remind me of that fee? And there's no such thing as overtime, so to speak, for this? It's just a...
It is time and materials. So if we ask them to work overtime, we pay them for overtime. I'm sorry, I didn't, what was your question?
No, that's correct, that's correct.
Yes.
So what are their fees right now, or what were they this last?
The contract we're in now is for $980,000.
Prior contract was 980,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, my concern was the outreach. I got a lot of calls. We had conversations about this.
Yeah.
I went to the library myself. No one was ever there, and people, it just seemed that way.
It was
It's
slow.
not like,
Yeah, Mayor, not to interrupt, but it was slow in the beginning. Neiman had a kind of a course correction meeting with the team, with Jennifer from Haggerty, to have them perform at a higher capacity, especially with outreach. That took place, when was that, Neiman? About 60 days ago?
Right, sir.
Yeah.
So what happened was that with this program, it was basically a new animal, something that not only the city had to learn, but communities nationwide. So we basically had to build a platform that was customized to a new federal program, and then we had to learn how to administer it. So when we first kicked off, it was basically a logistical nightmare. We thought that we'd be able to administer the funding with two people, facing the public in the Retama Library, and be able to process applications, get it over to the city. We could do a QAQC and basically cut a check based off the federal funding. And we found out that that was not the case. We basically had to revamp the complete system on how we were going to administer that program to ensure that we were pumping money into the community. So once we were able to retool the logistical infrastructure to actually administer the grant, then we had to overcome the educational portion, basically educating the public on the fact that the program and the funding were available. Keeping in mind that we had to overcome the obstacles of moratoriums or rent. They had additional monies that were being handed out for people that were unemployed, so people really weren't highly interested in putting a lot of effort into pursuing grant funding and coming out of their homes to access these funds. So we really had to put a very strong educational program out there, a strong outreach program out there, almost to the point where we were literally making phone calls, encouraging people, hey, we saw that you put your name in the system, you just haven't completed the application. Come on in and get in here, let's go and get this application completed. But now that the moratorium has been lifted and everything's starting to return to some sense of normalcy, we're starting to see that uptick in applications, people actually putting in an earnest effort in accessing the funding. And as Jennifer can see with all the numbers, we basically are burning through this money, which basically is a good thing. It just details the fact that we're getting our funding and our assistance into the community.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Real quick, this has everything to do with if you're impacted by COVID-19 coronavirus issues, right?
Yes, that's the first requirement, financially impacted.
Okay. Just on the chance that you're affected by the vaccine, it's somewhat COVID related. Is that also eligible? I mean, you can't sue the manufacturer of the vaccine, so I mean, is there assistance with that? I mean, not to say it might be 0.001%, but
I would fight that is COVID related. I don't know what the frequency of that would be, but it
probably not very frequent. But just
it would still be COVID related. You would be financially impacted by COVID-19.
Okay, could you verify that? I mean, just
I don't know that anybody has ever asked that question. I will verify that.
Well, that's my job to ask those kind of questions, right? Thank you.
Councilman Pesley.
So I'm a little confused on how this money trail developed and where we are at this point. So you said we originally received how much money?
$9.8 million.
Okay, 9.8 million. And we've used all but 3.2 of that,
Yes.
so 3.2 is left. And where does this 7.8 come in?
This is what, the 7.8 would join the 9.8.
Or the 3.2?
What is remaining, yes, the
Yeah.
3.2, yes.
Okay.
It would be in addition to.
And we will get that immediately or next year or?
The Treasury has already spent, or it has already sent $3.2 million of it. If we don't accept it now, then we need to send it back.
Okay, was Haggerty working with us before?
Haggerty was working with us on ERA 1. They are not yet working with us on ERA 2. That service agreement is part of this acceptance and
Okay, you
and
lost me,
appropriation.
ERA 1, you talking about the 9.8 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
ERA 1 is
Keep
the.
it simple.
Got it. $9.8 million. We have a service agreement with Haggerty. With the $7.8 million, we are requesting approval of an additional service agreement.
Okay. All right. And so you were, Neiman, your group was maintaining this with the help of Haggerty and some of your own in-house staff and trying to manage the first 9.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely correct. Haggerty was bearing almost the full burden of administering this grant, and I agree 100% with Jennifer that if we didn't have that assistance that was provided to us by Haggerty and the onus was on city staff eternal, there's absolutely no way we'd be able to administer, that type of funding.
The ship would have gone down pretty quick.
Especially when we have to meet those federal guideline reporting requirements, it just couldn't be
And
done.
you think that relationship will continue and maybe even expand to them handling more of it then?
Definitely. We maintain a weekly meeting engagement with them now, and we actually get down into the weeds on, hey, show us, the applications, show us who's qualifying, hey, how much applications is in the queue, which is very important to us because that means that we have citizens that are actually being held up until the application is fully processed, and we hold Haggerty to task to ensure that those applications get processed and once again meet our desired end, which is getting that money into the community.
Okay. Okay, I know I get, like all the rest of these council members up here, lots of stuff from staff, and I may have missed it, you may have sent it, but I don't remember receiving any information about this program or how it was going to be implemented in the community, and I would like to have that so that I can pass that information along to constituents. Because I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but I don't go look at the city's Facebook page every day. So,
can do, sir. And if anything, sir, with this new this new influx, we would love for city council to help us get that word out and continue to help us to promote this program because it's a great program. It's just a matter of us emphasizing it on our traditional city platforms. But if council is happy to,
I think this is important for us to get this message out, and so if you could send each of us, the lay of the land here and who to call and who to contact and what the phone numbers are, I'd be more than happy to help you get that word out.
Can do, sir.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. On there. So I guess we finally started giving money out about 15 months after the pandemic started. Is that correct? May of this year?
This funding became available on July 1. However, when the pandemic started, this body also approved rent and mortgage assistance out of some of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is the third program the third program available in the city since the beginning of the pandemic. There are still funds from the original allocation with 2 nonprofits, and then city staff ran an internal program with funds from the state, and we've finished that program.
Okay. And so we're in the second one, which we're about 2/3 through dollar-wise, getting ready to start the third. Now, in the presentation, it says it's up to 18 months, but the way, if you're going through that much money in 5 months, we'll expend that out much sooner than that. So when it's out of money, do people just get cut off?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and the 18 months goes back to the beginning of the pandemic, back to March or April of 2020. So we can pay arrears back to that period, and then we can pay 3 months of forward rent at a time for a total of 18 months assistance.
Okay, so, but if something happens, somebody comes down with the virus, for whatever reason they qualify today for it that they didn't in the past, is it good for 18 months?
Yes, but they will have to, if they're, for example, if they're current on their rent today, but they get the virus today and they cannot pay their forward rent, they could receive 3 months forward rent. At the end of that 3 months, they would have to recertify, and they could get another 3 months, and then another 3 months until they've met their 18 months maximum, or they no longer need the assistance.
Okay, so Haggerty's getting about 15% of this funding on there. How does Haggerty rank across the nation as these people have done? Yeah, it seems pretty rich with it. 6 people, and we're giving them $1.2 million, $200,000 basically a person on it.
It's 6 case managers, and then there's backroom staff, or backroom staff as well. I will say the admin cap put out by the Treasury for the first allocation, the ERA 1, $9.8 million, was 10%. Everybody hit that and needed additional funding. The ERA 2 cap, the $7.8 million, the Treasury increased that allocation to 15% because the 10% was completely inadequate.
Okay, so Haggerty's just bumping it up to the 15% because they can.
Yes, and I would say so as everybody else across the country.
Okay, with it. And Neiman, you were talking that it was pretty rough going with Haggerty to begin with on there, that you had to spend a fair amount of time of your high-level staff time trying to get this program smoothed out.
Yes, sir, but it would be unfair for me to blame Haggerty alone. Like I said, it was a learning tool for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I fear what it would have looked like if we didn't have, the expertise that they brought to the table, and it was something that we had to, infrastructure that we had to build internally. That it'd been, a bad news story versus us being able to bring good numbers to the council.
Well, I appreciate your efforts. I know it's very helpful on there. We're doing it for the community. I don't think, Haggerty going to come out with $2.2 million, I think, by the time all this is said and done. So there's some expectation when you pay somebody that kind of money that they perform professionally with it. But again, I know you're greatly involved, and thank you, and thank you, Jennifer, for it.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, being that we're one of, many cities that receive obviously money, who are they all using? I'm just curious. I don't expect you to know that. I'm just curious as to the fact that we didn't get, and maybe everyone's inundated in, applying for whatever cities they choose to, these companies. But we really need to look at this and look at the future to say if something was to happen of similar, right? A pandemic, another, God forbid, a hurricane, whatever. We really need to look at this, Peter, because if it's a hybrid of equipping ourselves to be able to handle this, what does that look like? This is obviously on a grand scale, what's happened here. But we really need to look at this in terms of how would we, or could we, what does that look like? I have no idea. Opposed doing it in internal, or maybe a hybrid of it, opposed to really, we don't have a choice because they're the only ones that applied. Compared to the two, that maybe weren't acceptable. I mean, we really need to look at it holistically in terms of something else, obviously on a smaller scale, I would think, happening. I mean, because I just...
Yes, ma'am. For example, the state, they built their own system.
Yeah.
They had more dollars than we had. I believe some of the very large cities which had the infrastructure and the staff, and that they built their online management system from the ground up in-house.
Right.
I will say we now own our portion of it, and we can look at how that could be modified or how we could grow that. I don't know all the IT ins and outs of how that works. I'm sorry, but there are options there.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to look at it now and see what we can do. Thank you. Thank you for the time spent on this. I don't think we have any other questions. With that, I'm going to open public comment. Linda, would you like to make public comment? Mark, Karen, would you like to make public comment? I will close public comment and where are we? Oh, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 29, ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.